cope, mulled, and seethe.
Well, we're officially live, so
Hey!
nothing like bullying our lead character designer.
Yes.
Which is now Twitter official. If none of us, nobody noticed. Yes.
This gracious great balls of fire.
Which means that we eventually have to get more money so we can pay Bun to do all the NPC art.
Let's see. Before we start, I'm at least gonna crack this thing open.
Yes, I should also get my drink ready.
I have my tea, my nice peach blossom tea.
Nice.
Oh, since everybody else is doing it.
Hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Do you wish to say hi to Daddy?
Oh,
I just have cheap instant coffee.
Jay
I
Frost
don't even
has
have
been
water.
Very
Oh, God.
good kid.
I'm just too lazy to go up and get it. No, it's no problem. It's just too lazy.
Also,
I
you
just
could
realized that this is two completely different drinks. Fuck.
Oh, nope. A little too fat.
also I
Zombie time.
can very much tell we had combat last session because I have 0 hit dice, a fraction of my health, and no spell slots.
Oh, which reminds me, what happens with temporary hit points? Like, I'm assuming after combat those go away. I've never had this many for this long.
They
Not how
typically
they
I'll
last.
tell you.
What? They
Depends on the kind of hit point.
Yeah, they all typically come with timers, but
Yeah.
they always reset on a short or long rest. So that's the
Got you.
I have my own kitty. The
Which one?
kitty's Titan.
Oh, the baby.
Titan is currently standing on my lap.
His
His butt is facing the microphone.
Yeah.
Titan, make a fart noise.
All right. Well, I think it's time for us to start going around the horn. So, Zai, why don't you take us away?
Hello, Swiggity Swooty. You can find me here at twitch.tv/Zymusite, where we started playing Shadows of Rose on Fridays, essentially yesterday, the Resident Evil 8 DLC. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, just in case folks here would like to play it. But yeah, I'm enjoying myself and enjoying talking shit about Rose's horrible sprinting ability. On Wednesdays, I've decided I'm going to also start playing Resident Evil Reverse, because I really like it. It's stupid fun. Like extremely stupid fun. And yeah, outside of that, maybe writing, I might at some point decide to maybe stream Onimusha too. I don't know. Someone was curious about it, and I was like, wait, really? So yeah, I might, because I own it. But that's pretty much been me. Otherwise, you can find me here every other Saturday with these lovely beans for this campaign. Yeah. So take it away. Someone help.
Would it be Willie?
Hello. When I'm not stuffing my face with spicy hot Thai food, you can find me at XWileyWilly on Twitter and Twitch. I play randomizers, and that's all I play apparently. On stream anyway. I also make music that goes up on my YouTube, and I have a Ko-Fi because YouTube doesn't really pay small streamers or creators. But that's enough about me. Krista, where can we find you?
Hey, I'm a spoiled chestnut here on Twitch and Twitter, but my internet is not strong enough at the moment. I don't have enough power to stream, so until I get that fixed, yeah, you'll basically just find me here and on Trash King Arisen's channel. For now. But yeah, today I'm going to be playing Belki Karst, the Fire Ganassi fighter bard. So, Bob, whoa.
Greetings and salutations. I am Shadow Dancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and Patreon at Shadow Dancer Bob, where Dead by Daylight has consumed me. I got dragged into the world of Dead by Daylight by my buddy Lenny Pator, and I have been playing it nonstop for a week. My favorite killer is the clown, by the way, to nobody's surprise.
Yes, this is my shocked voice because we don't use webcams.
I tried playing that once, but 7 minutes. 7 minutes was all I could spare to play it.
Oh
I
my
see what you did there, you son of a bitch.
We got Maelstrom on Sundays, which, given that there's going to be a Flashbang pay-per-view hosted by Edward Bosco tomorrow, likely I'm going to push back Maelstrom to Monday, Halloween, when the Season of Fear comes to its climax. Ooh, Maelstrom is a lot of fun right now. The Sentai group called ARC has summoned their Megazord to fight a giant fuck-off kaiju boss in the middle of the most populated, densely populated area of the entire Maelstrom. So that's a lot of fun. You can find me on Mondays on twitch.tv/LandonPator, where I play Daenerys the Tabaxi Wizard. Wednesdays on occasionally, you can find me on twitch.tv/TrashKingArisen, where I play the handsomely heroic Silver Devil. And every other Saturday, you can find me right here playing Indare the Tabaxi Artificer, who took a necrotic fight to the face and is not in good shape. But that is about it for me. ODM Extraordinaire J Frost, where can people find you? What do you have going on?
Well, you can find me here at twitch.tv/JFrost747, where this week we have, of course, today our Say by the Spell episode, Blood of the Victors, and honestly, it's quite an apt name, so round of applause, golf clap, say hello around.
I literally threw it together at the last second while OBS was trying to kill us.
Well, you have the approval of one of the cats. Pixie is nodding in approval. Tomorrow, though, they're over at twitch.tv/fartingtart, we will not be having our normal War of the Shattered Sun episode. No. We will instead be having a nice little horror one-shot where yours truly is going to be DMing, known as Watcher in the Rain, based off of a very apt audio drama novel that one person in here is knowing of. And all I can say is...
But I'm not in it, so...
you know. All I can say is this. Will you see me?
Well, that's the funny thing. Krista may be one of the only people who knows about the drama, but I know something that Frost doesn't know about that game. Which is funny. 'Cause I'm at the... Well, some of the players may have come to me and asked me for very specific things, and I gave them to them. And Frost uses them, so he technically okays them as a DM.
Don't worry. I've got some things. It'll be fun. Nothing can go wrong in a city that's, consistently sinking in thanks to all the rain. But other than that, you'll also find me doing a little bit of a couple things. Some Fortnite Fridays, or Fortnut Fridays, depending upon which, with the good old beans Cole, Callie, and El Robot. And sometimes we'll even have others, like Farting Tar, Punkyard Dog, and who knows? We might have some others. But yeah, nothing that I know of coming on from my side. And of course, the kitty now purrs. So... we're doing pretty good. Who has not gone?
CG and Vaughn.
Well, I know who we're saving for last. So CG.
Oh, am I allowed to?
On you?
Am I allowed to shill? I'm not sure if I have permission after what I pulled last Thursday.
You are allowed to shill, but if you pull that shit again, I will find and hurt you.
Oh, now I'm curious.
3 minutes for one subpar pun. 3 minutes of setup.
Look, okay, now hold on. If you went to 3 minutes for one pun, CG, you're getting inspiration for that.
No, I refuse. I'm not allowed to get inspiration from outside this game.
Oh, come on.
I am, however, going to post exactly what I said.
Please and thank you.
But yes, now that Tart is no longer here, I can actually chill. Hello, I am CG. You can find me nowhere, but you can find me in various D&D games that also happen to have one farting Tart. such as War of the Shadow Sun, as previously mentioned. We're going to have a wonderful Halloween episode run by Jay Frost. You can also find me for the finale episode of Web of Deceit next Thursday. And, of course, you can find me over on Farting Tart's channel, where I am going to be DMing the Curse Strahd. We have to do another schedule shift, so we are going to be meeting next Tuesday.
That is fair enough. Oh, by the way, CG. Should we give the heads up for what's coming up soon?
No, I think we can talk about that when we get to. I think we can talk about that when we get to Curse of Strahd next week. That'll be a good time for it.
That's fine. That's fair. That's fair.
But that is it for me. I'm gonna go toss it over to Vaughn.
Yes, hello. You've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn, and you can find me on YouTube and Twitter at BurnoutVaughn, where, we're finally up to date. It only took me for, remembering to upload an episode last night at 2 a.m. to make sure we were up to date on all of our streams. But hey, I did it. I'm a professional. No one can tell me otherwise until they show me proof. But aside from that, we've got Cholta Personality again on Tuesday, and then the finale of Web of Deceit, where we're basically just going to be running through a church killing cultists. So it's going to be fun. Perfect time to welcome in the holiday. And then finally, on Saturday, we're probably going to break me and Wiley some more. Paradise Killer, there's no other game like it. We're constantly being chased around by a quasi-horny demon, trying to solve, a murder that is also sometimes horny, sometimes not. Why do we keep finding horny murder mysteries? I just want to have a fun game, but every time some new innuendo is thrust upon us.
Ooh.
Damn it, Sinji.
Yeah, no, I can't even, just eventually just comes back around to giggity. I just can't help it, so I just accept it.
Giggity.
But yeah, all the episodes are up on YouTube if you want to catch up with that. We are having a great time, and I highly recommend you pick up Paradise Killer if you haven't already. It's a good time, and I believe it's only $20 on Steam, so wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But aside from that, I think it's now time for me to take us away with our lovely theme song created by our good boy X Wiley Willy, which will also give him more time to eat his pad thai. So, here we go. Frost, please take us away.
Alrighty. Well, I'll take you away with some music. Last time on Saved by the Spell. As the festival came to its lovely conclusion, at least for the inner hall part, and a solving of a puzzle, our dear party was enjoying, quote-unquote, the calm before the storm, as one party member slinked off to go and collect some stuff from the local shop. Unfortunately, they weren't able to collect, as the shop was currently under a, well, I would say fire sale, but nothing was being sold, but something was definitely being attempted to be taken, as a figure in a cloak with a mask was trying to rifle through the back rooms of the shop. Of course, the party managed to subdue this individual, but not before they were sent bursting into flames, barely holding on to life by another of their mysterious order. The party chased after the secondary individual, only to find themselves in one of the courtyards within the school campus. And of course, a furious battle was engaged, involving a stolen artifact from the school's museum. Now, the party sees themselves taken away with one student who was brave enough to take a point-blank shot to the face. Currently being treated as we speak. The rest have followed. A certain bardic individual detained. And of course, grim omens to be known. So, I'm going to stop the music right here for a bit, as we will currently be within school Medicaid, at least for a small bit. So, all of you who went through the portal were all taken to the school's Medicaid facility within the general complex. It's vast. It's got quite a number of beds, tables, and everything else. Rooms cared for and looked after by the school nurses and even a few of the medically licensed doctors that are currently on campus. Because, hey, doctorate degrees pay for something. And then, of course, Ender, you were taken and you were given some extensive treatment after taking that point-blank blast. A little bit. But it does take a couple, we'll say at least a few hours for you to get situated. And thanks to the school's medical facilities as well as the healing magics, you are quite alright. You're in stable condition. No major scars or long-term damage or physiological effects, save for a strange reaction on your fur from the paws reaching up to the mid-forearm. For some reason that's unexplainable, there's a discoloration now of a deep orange to light red. No attempts from the school's Medicaid, whether it be through magical or the mundane, has been able to revert this discoloration. And when shaved away and attempted to, regrow, the fur just has the same new hue. And of course, you're kindly asked to be kept within the Medicaid, so to speak, for a bit longer. They at least want to give you a couple days. Look over, make sure no lingering effects or any other unknown factors would affect you. As far as
So
the
my
rest,
fur is orange to light red, correct?
yes, it's weird. For some reason, it's taken on some of this hue almost of what a normal explosion would be, like leaving off.
So since my fur is orange, what's my am I like craving anything specific, like say lasagna?
Fucking damn it, Bob.
Pardon me, I need to
Well,
go grab a drink.
fuck.
I need to go grab a strip drink.
No, a strip drink.
Well, that's gonna
Yes,
be
I made the
interesting.
DM walk away.
That wasn't quite where I was going. I thought you were just in the, you were sporting the old Halloween flair.
Well, now we have to keep him from kicking anyone who's yellow off of a table. I can make bad
Or
jokes.
screaming about Mondays.
And I'm
Yeah.
back.
Welcome back.
I'm going to mail Zai to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing I fucking got this beer. Ah, thank God. I will suffer the consequences later.
You're gonna have your
Anyway.
medication later, and hopefully not.
And we'll see. Anyways,
Mm.
back to our good old lovely. No, you're not craving lasagna. Good one though. I will admit. You know, given the claps. I would say, like, initially there was a little bit of a twitching situation, but it wasn't too serious. They did manage to get you back. Mostly because, the twitching came from, shock from a blast. But, again, they did manage to handle it. So, right now, the only thing that they're wanting to take a look at is why you're discolored and why it's not returning you back to normal. No matter what. They at least kind of want to see what the hell's going on with you. The rest of you, you all are looked over. You are taken care of, so to speak, by the nurses and the doctors. And Professor Mork himself has been kind of, keeping tabs on all of you while you're being looked over. And once you're all shown to be medically clear, save for Ender, you are all asked by Professor Moore to return back to your dormitory, at least for a little bit, before he can gather you all again to have a personal chat with you. So, we will be, of course, taking place at the dormitory, where all but one of you are gathered together. At least within the commons area, so to speak.
Well, while this is going on, Daedalus is just doing that thing where you have to rub inside your ear with your pinky, he pulls it out. I'm still finding blood everywhere. Anyone else?
Actually,
Man. Go ahead.
I was just saying, actually not quite a lot, but that sure did look like it hurts.
Well, I mean, that's why we have, like, the Vandeventer family rule number... Wait a second, I'm remembering. I'm totally not opening up a Discord tab. Oh yeah, Vandeventer family rule number 2. If you think it will explode, duck and cover. You might just make it out with all your fingers and eyebrows.
I mean, I can't even argue with that one. That's just good advice.
Well won from my father.
Belki
Awesome.
looks really distracted. She's probably sitting with, leaning over with her hands, like her fingers entwined, like resting on her chin on her hands, and one leg doing the bouncy thing. Doesn't sit right with me.
What doesn't exactly? Sorry, that's not me being sarcastic. Like, we've just been dealing with a lot.
Oh, there's a lot that's not right. I think we're wondering which part you're referring to in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, family heirloom. They put my dad in lockdown. There's things that we need to talk to Nylock about. Who were those people? What's going on? So many things.
Welcome to my brain for the last, 2 weeks? Perhaps? Time is an idea here at this point.
I'm wondering a bit about this whole deal with Nylock in particular. There's a lot of things that man has his many different soups that he has his hands in.
Would that still be
You could say
more or
that
less
again.
hygienic considering he's metal?
Metaphorical, bro. Metaphorical.
Still a valid question. I'll have to ask later.
What do you guys think that we? What do you guys think about us going off and trying to find where Nylock's at? I got questions for that robot.
You and me both. But what, J Frost, what time of day, I guess, is it right now? 'Cause since it's, I guess, still the same day as the performance and stuff.
At this point, I'd probably say it'd be like 4 or 5 o'clock. At this point, you've all been at least looked at. Things have been pretty well kept, and I would say nothing is preventing you from leaving. All you all know is that Professor Morg has he at least implored for you all to at least stay within the dormitory commons area while he is taking a look at the results over Endair, on top of waiting for his orders from the school's higher up.
Yeah. Okay, I'd ask just so that we know, like, if we had rested at all and had any spells or anything like that. Because
I would say
basically,
this would be taken as a short rest for any and
gotcha.
all.
Because otherwise, I was gonna say, yeah, like, we're not gonna lie. After the day we've had, I wouldn't be surprised if all of us need to clean ourselves up first before we go do anything, really. But I definitely have some things I want to ask the professor about. Mm. But wait, you said family heirloom? The staff thing?
Yeah.
That, if that's the staff that was missing from the museum, how the hell?
It's complicated.
Wasn't Nylock in charge of figuring out who stole that?
Belki just shrugs. Wasn't me. But
Aepatus has no idea.
Well,
Can't recall.
Well, I'm assuming that the people who stole it were the weird people in masks with all the blood. But no, I'm saying that, like, we did manage to get at least one of them alive. I did not kill any of them. We were told not to, and I didn't. They kind of killed themselves, which is, I'm going to have to process that now. Anyway,
Well,
point is,
mean, I can probably figure out if I could probably figure out where they've been hiding up or holding up at, given that I still have their smell.
I said we go look for Nylock first.
I mean, I don't think we'll be able to really get to Nylock because, like I was going to say, one of them's still alive, so he's probably talking to that guy, and I have no idea of where they would take them.
I'd also like to second not going out and finding Nylock right now for two reasons. First of all, man like that, it does not get found. He comes and sees you. Second of all, I'm concerned about the state of our good pal Indare, and I would like us to be, well, able to be located in case something were to happen, or alternatively, the professors come and say that it's all right to see him.
As would I. Uh, I mean, anyone in favor of like taking a moment to go clean ourselves up and maybe looks over at Daedalus, get the blood out of our ears, and maybe like after that, figure out what we want to do. We could like meet in the mess hall or something.
I'm fine with that.
I don't really want to wait around. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, no, I completely understand. Trust me. Honestly, I want to give Nylock words, but at this point, with everything we've been through today, it might be better to pace ourselves before we walk into something else we don't expect to walk into. I can't believe I'm the one fucking saying this.
I would say it's at least a couple minutes after this discussion has been going on. The door to the common rooms is opened up, and there is Professor Morg standing there, and he goes, "All right, I've gotten the end result reports for what happened to your friend, and everything else has been all right. If you all don't mind, and I'm terribly sorry to ask you all this, I would like you all to come with me to the Biblioplex.
For what?
A sit-down meeting. I want to get as much information from all of you together as possible.
You know, that sounds great. Just one thing. We all kind of want to talk to Professor Nylock. So if you want information from us, we'd probably appreciate having, him
Don't
there
worry,
as well.
he's going to be in the same room.
Oh,
Good.
goody.
Belki's gonna stand up and head out immediately.
You watch as Morg kind of puts a arm, like, to somewhat block you off a little bit, Belki, and goes, "If I may make a suggestion,
What?
don't go in swords drawn. Right now is a delicate situation. The entirety of the campus is being put under lockdown."
Can I just hear him saying this?
He's making it clear to you all. This man is dead-facing, like,
I mean, he's typically always dead-faced.
yeah, he's...
Ah,
I see what you did there.
I'm so proud of you, Vaughn.
Frankly, I'm quite mortified.
Professor Morg, with all due respect, I'll only speak for myself on this. I'm not going in swords drawn, but if you knew what we've been dealing with since we got here, you'd understand while we're on edge and have some questions that we'd like answered.
I can't really say I understand, but I have filed for immediate inquiry into all the events, at least through the campus security department. And of course, with my classification, I should be able to get those quite expedited. But for now, I ask that you all remain calm, collected, and level-headed. Follow with me, and just be prepared to answer a few questions. Nothing bad is going to happen. I guarantee it, and I swear it upon my life. And you watch as he kind of makes a gesture with his hand, and you watch as, like, his eyes kind of glow a little bit, but it's not a harsh light. It's more like a calming, like, enhancing it. So please, if you would turn and follow me, we will head to the Biblioplex. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, although
You think
if
Daniels would
possible,
question anything at this point?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not Daedalus.
Unless there's owls involved, you should know the answer.
I'm following, but I'm also looking for an opportunity to catch eyes with someone to see if we should bring up the puzzle.
Fair enough.
Well, let me try to... Would that be a perception or insight to notice Iapetus trying to get people's attention?
I would say that would be a perception to see if you notice the eyes, and Iapetus, if you're wanting to kind of convey this, I would say a performance.
Got you. Basically, I guess before I roll, it's to kind of get a consensus from the group of, should we tell Professor Melf what we know before we're in front of Nylock and possibly can't tell him what we know?
So, Melf's dead. Remember.
Or not Melf, Morg.
Melf's the one that went kablooey.
We're sorry, Melf. May you rest in peace. Morg.
And they're more like resting in pieces.
Oof. 19.
So can we pick up on their performance? Because we have 9s.
I'm gonna
No.
say you're looking and you're seeing like Iapetus kind of making like eye motions, like at times you're kind of thinking, "Oh my fucking god, 9s! What is this, German hour?
Let me ruin it.
Please get a 6. Please get a 6. Please get a 6."
Oh,
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 forgot to change my
also,
name.
Jesus
Oops.
fucking Christ, Wiley, I just noticed the fucking name and picture.
He's been changing it for like the last few minutes.
Ender's harem. God fucking. Baggy-kun, where are you? I need strength.
I mean, well, we are with Morg. He's the one who summoned them.
Yep. So, I would say Ender. Not Ender. God!
See, it's
Goldblum!
not just me.
Fuck! Wiley, I'm gonna hit you with the paddle.
Wait, how can you mistake the furry cat with the bald ass Goliath though?
You have. Listen here, you little shit. Chat, you see what I deal with every day. Goldblum! You're able to pick up on Iapetus's eye movements, kind of just going. And if you want, I would say insight. You will be the one to be able to insight this if you wish.
Oh,
Well,
19.
so it takes you like a few seconds, but you start to piece together what Iapetus is kind of coming up with.
We could do this while walking if you want. Like, she's
Yeah.
purposefully lagging behind slightly just to gauge. That's all. Huh?
I mean, you also have a cantrip specifically for this.
I know, but if I recall last time, didn't you say something about how it requires me still saying something, so it's possible it could be overheard?
True, but you're also pantomiming to get someone's attention at this point.
I mean, Goldblum got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Goldblum will not say anything. He'll just like give an understanding look. As in like, I gotcha.
Mm. All right, so hey, Professor Morg, how much do you know about the situation so far? She's asking while she's walking.
Well, I'm familiar that out of a body count of at least 4, 5 now. Well, no, 4, because the one's still alive. Which, good thinking on your end. And he turns to you all, and he's like, if it weren't for the fact that you managed to dispel that, a few more seconds and he would have been flambéed.
Oh,
I mean,
just reflexes. I'm used to things catching on fire around me.
to be fair, the professor told us to not kill him otherwise, and she just trails off.
Yes, it's difficult, and honestly, even though we have quite the budget to bring dead people back, those masks are not helping.
Not at all. Well, the reason why I asked, and the reason why some of us have questions we'd like to ask Nylock, is because over the past few weeks, we've all had to interact with him directly in some way, shape, or form. And, yeah, just like you guys were concerned about that staff, we were given something, or specifically, looks over at Lucy, he was given something he had to solve. And we probably shouldn't have known what we needed to know to solve it. And I can only give you one guess as to who gave it to him.
The figure of death himself always gives out a parting gift, and he stops right as you all are still walking towards the bibliotheques. He stops dead in his tracks and he turns around. Alright, what did he give you?
Looks over at Daedalus.
Daedalus starts rummaging around his pockets. I still have the rock, correct? I have to.
You still have the gem.
Yeah, you've been
Yes.
stealing a lot of stuff from my pocket, so I have to ask this every time now.
Careful. Idle hands are the devil's playthings, and idle hands for a DM are dangerous things.
Well, he pulls out the timer crystal. It's some kind of timer.
Not Nylock. Morg takes it. Jesus fucking Christ, my brain is fried today. Fried more than that veal. Morg takes the crystal and he examines it. Interesting.
It's weird because it has approximately the time he gave me to solve the puzzle that I was in. Which seems redundant.
Chronomancy, no doubt. A hinge of conjuration magic.
Have you ever seen it before?
Oh yes, I've seen a few of these. And he kind of raises it up higher into the sky to look at. Well, wait a minute. And he kind of looks. You still have the orb that this thing came in.
Nope. That got thrown at Darius because new toy was more important than old toy.
I think we gave it to our newfound friend Darius, but
Oh, Prefect Darius. Yes, good lad, good lad.
Grabby.
he should still have it, because he said he was going to do some research on it, because like I said, we had to know some things we shouldn't have known in order to get this gem that was in there.
Well, Wait, hold on. And he does a head count of all of you. You didn't have anyone with you when you were solving this thing, right? Nobody suddenly disappeared?
Why? What do you mean?
And Dare
One
walked
person
away.
did.
And Dare walked away. Belki's dad was there. Darius was there. I think that's everyone.
And Dare left. Yeah.
Flavius was there with you, okay, but he didn't, get sucked into the orb?
No.
No, he gave us the last piece that we wouldn't
thank
have been
God.
able.
We're not dealing with another labyrinth incident.
What are you talking about?
We had a student a couple years back that was also given an orb by Nylock. Granted, he didn't give it out as a test, per se, more like a punishment. Told the student, don't open it, yada yada yada. Student didn't listen, opened it, and then... Well, are you familiar with the demiplane of labyrinths?
No.
No.
Do not go to the demiplane of labyrinths. You will be lost there for quite some time.
Wait, so you're telling me that Nylock has been responsible for the disappearance of one student, and now whatever the fuck this is, I'm not any happier knowing this. Honestly, leaving weapons behind is kind of making me a little annoyed.
Well, to be fair, the student was causing a little trouble for everyone. But psychological trauma is not.
So what you're telling me is this school allows professors to send people to a plane of labyrinths. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that what this school is about? Because that's not the bill I was sold. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I understand your concern, Miss Karst.
Concern happened a long time ago. I'm fucking pissed.
Miss Karst, and Morg is going to look directly at you. Calm.
She's just glaring, teeth grit and fangs bared.
I understand your concern. I've already had a lot of disciplinary measures with that metallic bastard myself. Believe it or not, we were spending the last 10 minutes yelling at each other. And no doubt, I'm going to be certain we're going to be spending more time yelling at each other.
Also ignore that. I forgot we haven't slept yet, so I can't use that.
No problem.
You'll just see Daedalus now making grabby hands at the crystal.
Wait, that's a cantrip. You could definitely use that.
Well, no, we haven't committed a long rest, so anything I would have gotten from a level up I can't use yet.
Oh, my apologies.
What does a short rest give us, though?
Well, if you're a warlock, all your spells.
Yeah.
Also a chance to roll hit die.
Yes.
Which I have none of left, because My subclass might use those.
Well, we wouldn't have to roll a hit die because we were healed up, right?
Wizards have arcane recovery, y'all.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
I mean, I did get back those spell slots. Trust me, Bob. But
I will say that you did at least all get healed up while you were being checked out. Because let's be honest, you all did not deserve to, just be left there with some of you like hurt like a motherfucker.
I still imagine at this point, Dales is still like, at least the front facing of him is covered in red. But yeah, no. So Dales is just, like I said, since I can't use the mage hand cantrip yet, Dales is just making grabby hands trying to get the crystal back. Like,
Here you are, and he hands it gently to you.
Thank you.
You are more than welcome. Speaking of which, how have you all been? Last time I saw you all was graduation day. At least from my class into entrance of the academy.
Ironically, thanks to Nylak, we're not allowed to say.
So to that, I'm going to say, yeah, Nylock said we can't, but as far as I'm concerned, oh no, it's been a time. Mimics, frogs, ooze and stuff. It's been great. 10 out of 10.
I love the study of oozes. They're one of the greatest things alive, and you see more kind of beam up a little bit.
I wish it was a class.
What, did you actually fight a ooze?
No, we fought giant frogs. They just secreted a strange magical ooze afterward. Nylak was investigating it, which is why we weren't supposed to tell anyone. But I guess since you're part of the staff, we can actually tell you. So that's fine.
Well, I'd hope so. I mean, not only that, I am your, entrance examination teacher.
See, that's the thing though. We were literally sworn to secrecy almost. In like a frozen time zone of some sorts. So you can kind of understand why we're like, yeah.
Yes.
We were told we couldn't tell anyone.
Yes, I'm very familiar with chronomancy. It's a pain in the ass. I tried getting into that study, and all I can do is a few minutes of time stop. That motherfucker can stop things for quite even longer. And you watch as he kind of dribbles off while he's walking with you all, and kind of just like grumbling.
I mean, isn't freezing time for any amount of time relative?
Depending upon your source of magic. For me, the weave. And he kind of waves his hand, and you see little sparkles coming out.
The second you say that, Daedalus puts a hand to his head. Yes, the weave. Oh, we made a lot of discoveries. I think I have a headache. I'll have to deal with that later.
And Moore kind of looks back to you, Daedalus, and he goes, "Wait, are you old enough?"
Define old enough. Again, it's relative. Elf.
Alcohol.
Yes? Question mark because he's never really thought about it?
Wait, how old? Wait, how old are you in elf years?
Listen, I didn't know I didn't find a conversion rate to figure it out, so I know we're old enough to be at the school, but me and Zai did not put down canon ages for us.
And remember, Zai has dog years to worry about.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so let's put it this
All right.
way. If you want, just flip a coin and say if we're just under or just over the age. Figure it out.
I'm gonna roll the blue dice. High or low?
High, sure. Zai, if you want to pick.
Low?
That is a 19, so high. So therefore, Daedalus, you're definitely old enough to drink. Iapetus, you're about 1 year shy.
I mean, this is the same professor that had straight vodka in class. He can't judge me.
Yeah, good times, Session Zero. Good times. Where all you had to worry about was basically just a couple corpses.
And Baggy.
And Baggy. God, I miss Baggy.
But
Only
yes.
feels like yesterday that you were all beating him.
Well, Dale's just look at him. I believe so, yes.
Moore kind of takes his flask out, and he kind of, like... You watch him pull a tiny little shot glass out, and he pours a little bit, and he goes, "Here you go. This should help."
Daedalus doesn't even think, he just downs it.
All right, Daedalus, you took a shot of vodka.
Blech.
Okay,
Straight vodka? Gross.
listen, Daedalus doesn't smoke, so his gag reflex should be well intact enough to take that.
I don't know. That kind of depends on Daedalus.
I'm more so curious. She's like, Ibis isn't saying anything. She's more so just curious as to how he'll react to this in comparison to the coffee.
Well, it's one shot. We have to wait a while.
I mean, we don't know if you're a lightweight or not.
That is, you know, that is, and no, it's just a shot of vodka, though.
Yeah.
I mean, not to call out one of our friends, but I'm absolutely going to call out one of our friends. One Jake got like tipsy on 3 beers.
I've seen a friend get woozy from sniffing a Mike's hard. Anything is possible. You can believe.
Got
Mike's
woozy
hard?
from
Really?
Hard,
She
hard isn't
literally
even hard.
She sniffed
not.
it and said, "Oh my God, I can smell the alcohol." And I was like, "Girl, I can smell the juice. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. I'm sitting here with someone who needs 6 beers to get a buzz going. Knife. Oh.
I've gotten buzzed off of a double shot of NyQuil before.
That stuff's powerful, though. I don't fuck
Look,
with that.
NyQuil is literally coming from, like, the far realm. It is liquid far realm.
Anyways,
I honestly think.
Listen,
sorry.
I just need the hard shit, man.
Yes. So, we shall continue with the scene.
Yes.
You are all taken into the Bibliopex. Orc has you escorts you all up the stairs, and as you head up higher and higher, you're taken to this little circular hallway that he goes up to a door, and he presents a sigil up to. It's nothing major, it's just like a tiny little eye. And he places it up to the door, and the door opens. You are all escorted into a large conference room. Quite nice, and quite big. Within the room, however, you will notice this table, at least a maximum of 16 chairs, 8 on each side. You are all escorted off to one side, which of course you will all be sat down, and on the other side, there is, of course, Morg, who is standing, Nylock, who is also standing. And as the door closes, Professor Diane is actually standing guard at the door. You'll also notice Professor Shrub, who is currently just, just there with his little Groucho Marx glasses. Kind of just, with a little, with a parchment and, pen.
Well, Daedalus will
With
sit.
a thing of coffee next to him.
I was gonna say, Daedalus will just sit down and start fiddling with the crystal, just out in the open.
All right.
Is there anybody in the room with us?
There is 2 Securotrons.
Hmm.
And they are on opposite sides of the room.
I think Belki is gonna lean against the frame of the door and just cross her arms.
So you didn't take a seat at the table?
No.
Diane will look at you with a stern.
Oh, I asked if there was anybody in there. Like,
Yeah, Diane's in there.
okay. Oh, okay.
She's
well
guarding the
then-
door.
Yeah, he listed off
Okay,
all the
well-
professors.
I misunderstood then. I was asking, for people in there because I misheard. Then yes, if there's other
You are
professors, then
fine.
yeah. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Just a little miscommunication.
Mm.
So you are all sat down, and
Alice will take a seat.
okay. You see Professor Shrub kind of look up to you and go, "Sorry for this inconvenience, dear children. Do any of you want anything? Some water, coffee, tea?"
I'd absolutely take a cup of coffee if you have it.
Of course, of course. And
Thank
you
you.
watch as Professor Shrub kind of turns in his chair, which you kind of see a little bit of the roots kind of forming like what appears to be little toes underneath. And he just turns this chair over to one of the Securitrons and goes, Securitron 3358, coffee dispensing, please. And you watch as the Securitron just, its chest compacts inward, opens up, and there is a metallic little mug there, and you watch as a small spigot appears right above, and it pours in coffee. And a little kind of like grab arm emerges from the back, picks this coffee up, and just extends it all the way out to you. Iapetus.
Uh, uh, thanks. And she's gonna down half of it and then just cradle the rest.
It is pure coffee. There is no sugar or cream in it.
Oh yeah, she knows. Usually that would bother her. She doesn't have the focus right now to even care.
I'm sorry, children, that this is occurring, especially on a day like this. You should all be out celebrating and being ready for preparation of class. So, yeah, just going to take a few notes. We have some notes from a few witnesses, but we'd like to get the information straight from the centaur's mouth, so to speak.
Where do you want us
But I
to
don't-
start?
I don't see any centaurs.
Yes,
Oh, it's
where
a-
else? Where else but the mouth would you get it from?
You know, that's not important. Anyways, where we would like to start is approximately what took place right before the initial encounter. What were you all doing?
Oh, we were solving the puzzle that Nylock gave us.
Shrub
Most of
turns
us
to
were.
Nilux. You gave them a puzzle? Yes. What, like a puzzle board? No.
Sphere, actually.
Oh, it wasn't a kind of turns. It wasn't a labyrinth sphere, was it? No. Oh, thank goodness. That's another lawsuit avoided.
We were out in
Belki's
the.
just glare. Sorry.
I was just saying, we were out in the courtyard working on it when we noticed our friend Indare had gone missing. A little while we were working on it, they shot out a spell of some sort, some fire into the air, and took it as a sign to go and see what was going on. It's where we encountered Indare and the person that was breaking into the store that he was at, and that's what set off that chain of events.
I see. I see. And you watch as Shrub is writing this down quite well, actually. Alright, so store, everything else, and this individual is... Oh, I should let you all know that your friend in there is going to be kept looked over. We will be asking some questions of him, but for right now, we want to at least get him medically cleared to be looked at by us. As far as everything else goes, so one student, not even a student, individual, masked individual, burnt to crisp, but still yet alive. Alright, that checks out. Alright, and when you got there, what all did you do?
At most, we just try to keep that masked individual from escaping the shop. Essentially, by the time we arrived, and Dare was holding him off for the most part. and we called for a teacher who ran over to help us out and find out what was happening. Once the masked dude was seemingly in custody, we woke up the shopkeep, who had no idea what had happened and was apparently under the influence of some sort of maybe spell, because he was knocked out of sleep throughout the entire thing and no sound woke him.
Yes, we found a parchment of what was an expended spell scroll. Sleep, specifically. We'll have to upgrade the anti-magic field within the campus, no doubt at least onto the shop, so that way it can be a little bit more protected. Seeing as how sleep scrolls are now apparently a problem. Alright. And from there?
Well,
oh no, you go ahead, CG.
okay. After they were subdued and it appeared like they were coming under attack from someone or something that eventually led to the state that they're currently in, I spotted an individual that apparently was the source of it. We wound up chasing after them and eventually encountering them in the garden area where a battle took place. And several of us were notably injured, and we retrieved the staff that they were using.
Yes, that one. We have notes. Of course, now that the staff is safely returned, we will be... Well, we will have a convening of the administrative staff to determine what we shall do with such an item of this, seeing as how problematic it has now become. That also agrees, and let me go through this. We have confirmation of at least 3 burnt bodies, but we also have report of a major visceral event. Is this correct?
Oh yeah. 3 of them all just killed themselves. Well, actually, one killed himself, then the one that exploded killed the other 2.
But it wasn't like a normal just like kill
Disturbing.
themselves.
I mean,
Like they did it almost as a sacrifice to help out, I guess, the leader.
They were using blood magic.
It is at this moment the pen writing stopped. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
They were siphoning blood from each other, and it killed them.
they also attacked with blood.
Just the room. You can all swear for a moment it gets a little colder. And all 4 of the teachers begin to look at each other. You immediately see Morg come up to Shrub, and he kind of leans in and whispers. And Shrub goes, by all means. Diane, if you would, please go with him. And you see Morg, Nelok, and Diane walk outside.
Hold on.
Wait.
We still need to talk. And Belki is looking directly at Nylok, like stands up out of her seat.
Nylok looks at you and goes, about what?
The fuck you think about what? What was the box? Or what was the orb? What on earth is going on? Why do you know my dad? Lots of things.
So the big elephant in the room, why is it that given everything that we've experienced in the few weeks we've been here, that it seems like people don't want to fill us in on what's going on? if there's something important we should know in regards to blood magic, given that, I don't know, one of our friends just had it explode in their face, I think it's probably fair, guys, to start sharing. With all due respect for professors.
See, you will see Nylock kind of not move an inch. Morg looks to you all and goes, "If I understand your concerns, children, all I ask is give us a moment."
Do you understand our concerns? Do you? And Belki will like slam a hand on the table and point at Nylock. He sends someone to a realm of labyrinths. He gives us a puzzle where the answer to the question is the name of a forgotten god. One that if you said its name, it would summon God knows what. Did you know? Were you aware? Answer me, you tin can.
See Nylock look at you, Belki. I will answer your question when you stop acting illogical. And immediately turn, looks at Morg and goes, "Go on, we have our discussion."
Belki flips him off.
So at this point, the three of them will exit the room. And you will see, as the door closes, Shrub kind of sigh. He's just, "Oh, this is going to be a long day, and no doubt there's going to be a lot of dueling between those two again."
Where is my dad?
He is currently being watched over now that the staff is secured. Flavius is in good health, nothing harm, but as precaution, any outside individual from that is not part of either the student body, the faculty, or administrative position, or even of other relateds, is to be kept under guard, at least, so to speak.
So you put him in jail?
Oh, no, dear, oh dear, by Gaia, no. I mean, first and foremost, if he was in a jail, he would not probably be enjoying it. I mean, he's currently just sitting in a lounge.
But he's not allowed to leave, and I'm not allowed to see him.
Again, we need to be prepared for any and all circumstances.
You want to fill me in when my dad's being treated like that? Like he's some sort of liability? Are you going to do that to us next? Is that the plan?
Miscast. And you see Professor Shrub kind of attempt to look at you. If we were to do that, we would not be giving you this treatment right now. None of the faculty believe you are guilty of anything. We just want to corroborate everything that you have. We're trying to build a picture here. I would ask that you at least treat some of us with a little bit of respect and patience. While I understand your frustration, especially against my coworker, have I offended you?
The fact that no one's giving us any answers is really pissing me off. And Belki will sit down and her hair is just like flickering like an actual flame, like a bonfire that somebody just chucked a a brand new login to.
If Belki is within range of Iapetus, she's gonna put a hand on Belki's shoulder and be like, I get it. Trust me. We just want to make sure we direct our frustration at the right folks.
Under your hand, Belki is not burning hot, but pretty damn close to it. She's literally boiling with rage.
Iapetus will bear the pain a little bit until it seems like she can't, but she just wants her to know she understands and she gets it. We just want to make sure we direct it at the right folks.
Belki will rest a hand on top of Iapetus's, but doesn't say anything.
At that, she'll acknowledge, nod, and take her hand off.
Alrighty. Like I said, I'm terribly sorry for what you've all gone through. I do not want to sound impotent here or so on. I'm just doing my best. At this point, Professor Shrub will look at you all and go, anyways, did anything else happen?
Trying
Yeah.
to think. Oh, go ahead.
There was a phrase that they were saying, usually when they were about to take their own lives or the lives of others. I believe it was for the blood. It sounded very cultish to me.
Fanaticism always leads to such trivial phrases, but... Alright. I was afraid of that. And you watch as Shrub writes down.
Oh, I do have a question. And he also kind of looks on over to Belki. In the heat of the moment, I grabbed the staff, and there was a certain funkiness to it. I'm not in any danger, am I?
Did you attune yourself to the staff?
Did not, but I still grabbed it.
Then you are in no danger whatsoever. And it's a good thing, considering that staff is, well, being kept under extreme wraps now. We thought we could keep it safe within the original vaulting, but it seems that that has become a problem. So, we'll be electing to ensure that the artifact is temporarily kept from any and all access. No one save the director of all security, as well as the school founders, will have access to the staff.
But it doesn't belong to any of you.
We are. And who does it belong to? Miscast.
Why don't you ask my dad?
I see.
I have a question for you, Belki.
What?
Who is your dad?
What do you mean?
I get that he's a great singer. I understand that. And I can understand his career. But beyond that, you speak as though he's someone greater than that. Stronger. More important.
Yeah. That's not really my thing to say.
Sorry.
You're okay.
Stop dying.
I make no promises.
Illegal. Don't make me get the Luigi board.
Let's just put it this way. He's a patron.
I'm going to guess that he is not a patron of the arts in this sense.
A patron of warlocks.
I figured.
Antimony is one of his.
Didn't know that. So, my question is, that is a very powerful artifact that we have. And I admit, I do not know the man. But, is it really better in his hands? Again, I'm not asking to be critical. I'm asking for perspective here.
He would know better what to do with it.
Can you trust him?
My dad? Yeah. Other people in the family? Not so much.
Salas just kind of ponders for a little bit. I guess. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. She was vocalizing just like thinking.
I guess for an artifact like this, that is powerful as it is, and ownership of who has it and where it goes, I suppose the better question is, where should it be left forgotten?
That is what is being decided right now by the founders. As it seems that the artifact in question, as well as a few others that we are debating on, might be put in better places. And Professor Shrub kind of looks to you all. I am terribly sorry for what you have all gone through for these past few weeks. I've read a few of the reports and understand what you all must be feeling a bit. Not everything, but a bit. And it's because of this, you will be happy to know that under the emergency circumstances that have occurred, an immediate activation of security protocols have gone into effect, thanks to the directors of security and, of course, the founders. Starting tomorrow, you'll notice more Securitrons on campus, as well as some guidance bots. The guide bots are simple. They'll give tours around the place, help you in trying to locate individuals' personal, offices, like teachers and stuff, where dormitories are, and so on and so forth. The Securitrons, however, will be more sentinel mode.
Hmm.
If it makes you feel better, we have managed to activate at least 1/10 of all Securitrons on campus for this entire endeavor. And considering the fact that just 1/10 of them is over 1,000, this entire school will be under much more protective means.
Well, that is reassuring to a point. But I guess I do have two things that are kind of in my head at the moment now.
By all means.
The first thing would be, and I don't know if this has been in your reports or not, just if everything that we've been dealing with is related to specifically this, or if they're all separate branches of drama, essentially.
I would not be surprised if it was just all separate, randomized incidents. As far as the first two that were of note from your group, we are investigating that, and already the Director of Security, well, no, the Assistant Director of Security is now taking a look into it, considering the fact that the Director is currently having a talk. But I would not be surprised if it was all just happen random stance.
I mean, all of this seems to be random stance. Random happenstance?
Exactly.
Yes.
Random happenstance, something. It basically all boils down. I mean, we had an incident a couple years ago where we had a major stink bomb go off, but it was done by a few pranksters.
Well, other reason why I think of that is because my brother, as mentioned, we've been spied on before, like our group as a whole. And it will just suddenly disappear after a while, but
Wait, hold on. Spied on.
Yes. Speaking of which, I activated Detect Magic a while ago.
we've
Reason-
been
Daedalus, for
spied
some
on.
reason- Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, she was just gonna say we've been spied on. He's received messages that were odd, at least to him.
Yeah,
We
spied on by at least
will-
2 sources, and he looks up and tries to see if there's any scrying, like visual orbs in the area.
You will notice that as you cast Detect Magic, the room's not emanating magic.
Hmm.
In fact, it feels like a dead zone.
Deus looks going to attempt something now. Give me a second. He has been presented with new knowledge. 1 second. And he proceeds to walk over to the wall and... Does he find purchase?
Yeah,
Hmm?
divine purchase.
Oh, interesting. This room is magically inert, yet I can still cast magic in here. Interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean, most magics within this room, and as well as many of the conference rooms, are usually kept to limitators. Usually scrying magics and such, as well as the more physical, active magics. You know, firebolts, Rayos of Frost, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've been actually looking into ways to prevent scrying. I think I might have gotten my hands onto one spell in particular, but I'm still working out the edges. Speaking of which, are we almost done here?
I really highly doubt that we're done.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah, I also doubt that, Lucy.
I mean, I don't understand. Like I said, this has all been random happenstance since we got here. Only 2 of our escapades so far have been anywhere connected. This is all just random chance. If Enderhant went to the store and then sent up that flare, we wouldn't even have known about the cultists.
Right, but I guess another way to put this, Lucy, would be to quote something I've heard before: the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence.
Yes,
So
but you can't.
we don't know if they're connected or not, but figured it would be worth asking the professors, since we're here, might as well get all this out.
Well, I'm glad you at least brought this to my attention. I will be going further into this. But as of right now, you all should just answer a few more questions. I promise it won't take long. Maybe an hour and a half at top.
Daedalus full body slouches at this while hanging upside down.
Well, Professor, I know one thing that not all of us are probably thinking about. Where did Professor Naylock and the others go? Was it to check on our friend?
They're heading. They're heading to the founders.
Oh,
Suppose we should count ourselves lucky that they're on campus right now.
I hope this doesn't.
Considering the
I hope this doesn't affect my grant.
It should not. Right now, the founders are putting strict barriers up. Primarily, any and all staff are to report immediately to them. No doubt there's going to be a little bit of reorganization taking place in a bit. But we should count ourselves lucky. For the rest of this, yeah, like I said, it's only a few more mundane questions to ask. And to save you all of this inevitable boredom, about an hour to an hour and a half passes, and you are all asked some trivial questions here and there about some incidents, anything you can recollect, small, minor details about what you were doing. And of course, there's the casual talk within about how you all did with your works during the festival, and of course, Shrub does show quite a good appreciation to you all, as well as somewhat beams a bit to see that the student body has definitely been pulling hard with it. Alrighty, and that's
one second, just in the above game stuff, Dados also mentioned his conspiracy about not trusting the owls.
You will be.
Shrub just marks down. Student Daedalus does not trust owls.
They have already sent me one threatening message, and they are at least the only evidence that we have correlating to the one thing that connects all of us, except for Belki. She wasn't here yet.
I imagine that there is a simultaneous look between Iapetus and Salus as they simultaneously facepalm.
Yup.
Listen, Daedalus is only giving out what information correlates with any of the events that have happened, and that is the only correlator between the mimic and the frogs.
You will see.
But like, he can't say that none of it correlates and is random, and then bring up the. She can't like big sister Grimace hard enough.
No, because those two events do not correlate with the cultists. There's no hard connection. We only know about the cultists from randomly connecting with them at the store. There was no owls. There was no other circumstance. We only found that completely circumstantially by happenstance.
She grows an extra wrinkle.
I would like to point out that as a joke here, Professor Shrub writes underneath Daedalus's profile information, Strixhaven, aka the fear of owls.
Please figure out the owl things. You'll just keep hurting owls.
I hope not. They're some of our best messengers.
Well, then tell them to stop threatening me with letters.
You realize that they don't...
One of them was signed with an owl talon. Not a sigil, not a mark, not a signature, an actual inked talon.
Iapetus's hand just goes straight over the mouth. She's had enough.
You do realize you do realize that he is upside down on the ceiling.
She found a way.
She came back.
Just jumps on the table and just doesn't.
Dallas just looks over to Professor Shrub. This is a well you do not have time to delve into.
I don't think I have roots that long enough to drink from that well. Anyways, I'm going to let you all go. Now, I will say this. Once you exit the door, it will lock. So if you have anything left in here, make sure to grab it. Otherwise, it might be left in here for the next conference. As far as everything else, you are free to move about the campus, but you will be under surveillance by the Securitrons.
That's fine for me. Are we allowed to visit our friend?
Then you are free to visit your friend in there. In fact, he should actually be at least alright and in stable enough condition for visitors. Make sure you just sign in, and everything else should be alright.
That's where I'm headed then.
Same.
Likewise.
Oh, and while you're down there, make sure you get yourself a nice little bit of tea. From what I hear, the school campus's Medicaid is actually one of the best places to get tea. I don't know why.
I hope it tastes better than whatever Morg gave me. That just tasted like chemicals.
Morg gave you something to drink?
Yes.
Hey, we should really go check on our friend. Let's go. She's walking towards the door. She has her possessions. She's grabbing his leg and yanking him if she can.
There's check your pockets. You
Oh,
tend to
yep,
lose
yep.
stuff
Well,
a lot.
he's been holding on to the crystal in his hand, but he'll check for anything else.
Everything else is there.
Okay. Thank you.
And-
Thank you, Goldblum. You are a good friend.
Aww. You all proceed to get up and leave, correct?
Yes.
Well, Belki will ask Professor Shrub if, one, she can see her dad, and two, if Nylock's ever going to answer the questions. Because they just fucked off and left.
It sounded like, yeah, honestly, it sounded like they were coming back, but I guess not.
Yeah, I thought they were coming back.
They have been summoned.
Yeah, he mentioned they went to go see the founders, but like, will we ever get an answer? Because
I will say above game, you will. Just trust me.
okay.
Also, I can see Titan pulling at the keypad thing.
Oh, he's probably going pee.
He's not on it though. He's just
Oh,
flying at
then
it.
yeah, you know, scoot him into his litter, like actually into his automatic shit box.
Give me 1 second. Oh,
That
never
was a
mind.
sentence.
I have an automatic like litter box, but I call it the automatic shit box because that's what it is.
It really is.
Oh no, it's 100%. I get it. It's just I've never heard it worded that way, and my brain was just like, huh. Wow.
Neat. I will say this as another bit of a joke. Written in Daedalus's form underneath the fear of owls phobia, Mork put not Mork, but fucking Shrub. He puts potential future alcoholic question mark.
Oh god.
I mean, you'd be surprised how often that happens with wizards in general.
Yeah, looking at you, Mordenkainen.
Checks out.
Anyways, you are all taken out of the room. You are free to go, and I'm assuming you all want to go see Ender. As far as to answer your question, Belki, you will be cleared to see your father when you are given the green light, and that should be in a little while. Right now, your father is just being surveyed.
All right.
That's the
Yeah.
rug.
I'll be right back.
Okay, then. So it sounds like we're all heading to Ender.
Sounds like it.
Alright. In that case... all are taking yourselves to go see Ender within the Medicae. Ender? It's a pretty nice Medicae. You've got a comfortable bed. You've got extra pillows just to make sure your head's kept, propped up and well lit. There's a little bit of an IV drip going into you. One for hydration, one for a little bit of, sanguinary purposes. You are looked after by all of the nurses that are passing by and a few of the doctors. And of course, you have been given a little bit of a school luncheon, or dinner time as this point is coming up, which consists of a nice little bit of turkey with a smooth turkey gravy, a bit of biscuits that are well buttermilked, some steamed broccoli and cauliflower, well put, with a bit of a sauce, like a nice little cheddar sauce. And of course, for your drink, you have 3 drinks in front of you. One is water, one is tea, and another is, of course, a bit of a juice. It seems to be like a nice pomegranate juice.
Without a doubt, when nobody's looking, in there slips a hand behind his back at one of the pouches and sprinkles various seasonings on the food as well before he has his dinner.
Of course. Of course. Helps to season it. Bad. It's not bad. Whoever's doing the Medicaid food's actually doing pretty decent. Could definitely use a little bit more pepper, though, at some times. And as far as the vegetables go, yeah, it's got that little cheddar sauce. But it just lacks that pizzazz.
It lacks the heart of a proper chef.
Mm-hmm.
They're making the food to nourish people. They're not making the food to help people survive. Or they're making food to help people survive. They're not making food to nourish people, so to say.
Mm-hmm. But for the most part, it's pretty decent. Tastes alright, not bad.
No doubt, most of Indair's costume is on a hanger nearby, even though it's more than likely obliterated from putting
thank
himself
God.
trying to put himself between his friends and the time bomb.
Basically, your costume is, for lack of a better term, it's Kevlar after a 50 caliber bullet went through it.
Shreds, you say?
That's a good one.
You know what? Props on that one. But as far as the Medicaid clothing that you've been given, you know, like your little nightgown and everything else, you have clothing underneath, like a nice, really comfortable silk white shirt. Like, it's really good. And as far as like the pants go, it's like a nice cotton pajama style.
But
Comfortable.
over the course of this time, the one thing that Indair has been staring at almost nonstop is his hands. Like, he has been staring at his hands like somebody on a really, really intense trip that just realized that their fingers exist. And he's moving his fingers in weird ways and looking at the color and the way that this orangish that's slowly red, that it looks almost like he's been marked with fire, if at least that's the way that he sees it. And he's thinking about it, and he's thinking about Belki.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't help but notice similarities.
I had to step away. What happened?
You're-
He's looking at the fact that he's quote unquote fire fingers now, and he's
Similarities.
comparing his fire fingers to your fire hair.
Belki will give him a smile. Yeah, it's it's not the only similarity. And Belki will gesture with her thumb across the scar on her face.
You all will have made it in while Ender was taking a look at his fingers and arms.
Mm.
Since it's probably going to be crowded around his bed, Daedalus is just hanging from the ceiling.
Now that's kind of a good question. Okay, that's actually kind of a good question. Like, you definitely would have been pulled off of the ceiling by someone, or you dropped down.
I mean, spider climb lasts for an hour, so unless it takes an hour for us to get there, he's probably still going to have it up.
Well, it was an hour and a half with the talk, so unless he cast it again.
Oh, true.
Well, and
yeah.
Iapetus also attempted to yeet him down.
Well, let's put it this way. Since we're probably all going to crowd around him, that'll also probably be the first thing that goes through his head, so he'll just cast it again.
Okay.
Excellent.
Oh, Lord.
Excellent. All right.
And there, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better?
I think I'm high again. Why are you on the ceiling?
Oh, I'm trying to not
Mm.
invade too much of your personal space.
You're literally on the ceiling above me.
Well, it's hard to gauge personal space in a 3-dimensional area.
If you fall, I'm not catching you.
Noted.
I hold up.
Orange. He shows his hands and wiggles his fingies.
Nothing wrong with being orange.
Fascinating.
What's
Did they
worse,
say-
they've shaved me and grew it back, and it grew back orange.
More fascinating.
Wait. Does somebody have like a sketch or something of what he looked like when he was bald?
Can
I
I?
need to see this. Medic!
I would like to. I would
Oh,
like
God,
to
it's been this.
activate my bullshit detector, please.
By all
What's it-
means, activate your bullshit detector.
19.
I wonder what that feels like.
He ain't lying.
They literally shaved his hands.
They
Oh my
shaved
God.
his hands.
Oh my god.
They shaved me. They tried to dye my hands with hair dye.
Oh, that's funny.
The stuff ran off like water. It ran off like water off of a duck's back.
Fascinating. Can I possibly get a sample of that fur? If it's got that strong an effect on things, it might have interesting qualities.
Lucy, I don't think this is the time.
I mean, I could get it later. I just want his permission first.
Oh.
God damn it, Wiley. Why?
I
What?
reach out slowly, and Dare reaches out slowly and just touches Daedalus's face with his hand and just runs his hand all over Daedalus's face for a second. There you go.
Oh, that feels very nice. Careful though, it's still covered in dried blood. We haven't had a chance to shower yet.
I mean, you should have seen me when they pulled me in here.
I mean, I did. It was scary. I'm glad you're okay. I don't want to lose a friend.
Indeed.
How are y'all holding up? I hope I was able to take the brunt of it for the rest of you.
I mean, I still taste copper.
I hear copper.
Mood.
I limped away. They've got my dad in jail. Nylok's not giving us any answers, and
Arthur Nylock?
we got questioned for like almost 2 hours, hour and a half, and then some. They said they're going to be asking you lots of pressing questions too.
Well, I can imagine. I've had a parade of people in and out since I woke up.
I don't think that's going to be stopping anytime soon. We're probably all going to be questioned again as a group. Or, even better, individually.
If we're questioned individually, I almost am sure that I'm going to talk to Nylok again. He likes to do that. I wonder if
I Apetus is marging as hard as she can marge.
Meanwhile, Daedalus is now just stroking his chin. I wonder if I can dispel that time effect he does.
He'd probably revert you to being a child, Lucy, before that could even happen.
Oh yeah, we also found out. Get this, pussycat. Nylok also sent someone last year into a demiplane of labyrinths because he was a little bit of a troublemaker, and yet somehow he's still a professor here.
Well, to be fair, he did tell the kid not to open it, and he opened it.
Also,
Yeah,
though,
you can't give someone
that as a
yeah.
punishment.
You haven't gotten familiar with the way this school does punishments, have you?
I
don't
mean,
know
to
what you're
be
talking
fair,
about.
we've been here for 2 weeks.
I have done literally nothing wrong.
There is an entire bog for detention.
Ew, sounds squishy.
That sounds terrible.
You know what doesn't sound terrible, though? The sound of what appears to be like a hopping sack coming down the hallway,
No, that does sound terrible.
as well as the sound of a cart. And you see, wearing a nurse hat, a bag.
Oh, it's Baggy! Hi, Baggy.
The bag looks over. It wiggles a bit. It comes into the room and takes the empty plate and puts it on the cart, refills up any drink, and offers you all a drink of tea, or water, or coffee, or juice.
None for me,
May I
upside
ask
down.
how when it doesn't have hands?
You didn't ask that when you seduced it.
Guy!
To answer that, mage hand.
Hmm. Holding its
Well, we
in with
will
our
have
special,
one of
I see.
everything.
Also, this is not your baggie.
Oh.
Oh.
It's just a baggie.
This is a medical nurse baggie.
Yes, this is medical nurse baggie.
Oh, are we going to
This
meet Nurse
isn't
Baggy
Uwu
and then...
Senpai notice me, Baggy.
Wait a second. I have saved a gift for this entire moment. 1 second.
Wait, Nurse Joy bag?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. Fucking what now? You have a gift for this.
Yes!
No.
Give for everything.
Why?
Because I
Why
knew Baggy
not?
would return. You can't seduce
Okay.
a sentient body pillow and not bring it
This
back.
isn't the same baggie!
Quick, roll to seduce this bag too.
God
I
damn
will
it.
fucking shoot something.
Do it. That.
I will! Bag, get my shotgun!
Oh, that is cursed.
See,
Gee.
see you can't tell me not to, because I'm going to do it.
No, I'm gonna be the responsible DM and not read it.
Please don't. It does not deserve to exist. This is me getting something cursed out of my head.
No.
It is pretty
I'm not gonna
cursed,
read
yes.
it. I'm not gonna read it. I'm tempted. Excuse me, but I'm not gonna read it.
True also. Bob rolled a 10.
It just wiggles. And then leaves.
Indira does not have a good track record with nurses.
That's true.
Yeah, oddly
Oh,
enough,
that's
where
right.
oddly enough, that's where Daedalus wins.
Oh. Get your drinks. It's all good. Everything else.
Well, good news is I think I might end up in a magical medical textbook over all this.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Make sure you get the royalties in writing.
True. If you need someone to go
Mhm.
over it, I can recommend several dwarven lawyers, but make sure you're paying them first. Otherwise, you can't trust a dwarven lawyer.
It must be a big book.
Most medical texts are.
There like any lawyers you can trust, really? Honestly, looking up at the sky, suddenly gets hit by lightning.
No. No, you're right on that one. A small ray of sunlight hits you in the face from the window.
Well, technically, you can trust a lawyer once you pay them because at that point you have client. I forget the word. You have client confidentiality.
Yes, you have client confidentiality. You are correct.
And if they violate that,
Sure.
then other lawyers can tear them apart because lawyers are vicious like piranha.
You have no idea. This is J. Frost speaking above game.
You need to realize that there's a reason why dwarven lawyers have 2 rules in the Vandavinte family rules. But yes.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
on the upside, looks like you're going to make a decent recovery at least. That blood explosion thing really looked like it hit hard.
It did.
Oh yeah. I tried everything I could to wiggle him to the side to put me between him and y'all, but he just blew up like a balloon.
Anyone ever told you that you're pretty selfless?
No?
Well, I think about it. You did your best to shield everyone, cost of your own skin and your own fur, and your desire to cook and improve something for everyone else. I don't know. Just seems like
And
you know a lot about others.
most of you jumped feet before I don't even know what the saying is in common. Head over heels into another dimension to come after my ass.
Yeah,
Hey.
sure, our friend.
You're getting the compliment right now. Don't get this turned around.
Oh no, I am turning this right back at you.
Nope. See, we didn't know what was going to happen to you, and that was frightening. You saw exactly what's happening, and you fell right on that explosion.
Still wasn't good enough. A lot of you still got hit.
Yeah, you are. Still thinking about the rest of us. Bruised and battered as you are, the only one in the ward.
And I'm orange.
Yes, that.
Kitty smirk.
The second you say that, Daedalus just picks up one of your hands and starts staring at it.
This honestly, and he kind of gestures to the analyses that you are currently undergoing. This honestly might be the hardest part of the day for you, having to deal with this going on.
It would be at
Nods
this.
vigorously.
It would be at this moment a school nurse walks in, a harrowing nurse, and goes, "Pardon me, children. So sorry to bother you all. We just need to get some stuff cleaned up within the room here."
Do you need us out then? Is that what you're trying to say?
Just for a little bit. Don't worry, we should be done within 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right then.
We'll move out of the way.
Alrighty, you all move out of the way.
Scream if you need us, pussycat.
You'll probably hear me once it's sponge bath time.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We're not gonna do sponge bath tonight. Tomorrow, however, yes, that's gonna be early morning.
Is there anything you need us to check on for your room?
No, I don't think there's anything in there right now. I mean, Bag Joe should still be empty.
All right. Daedalus steps out, walking onto the next ceiling.
Wait, did you cast that like an hour ago?
We covered it. Since it would have like ended by the time we got back to here. You just cast it again because Daedalus he thinks in the moment.
He recasted.
1 second.
That sounded heavy.
It's been a second.
By the way,
Lied.
Bob,
Yes.
before the question gets asked, 9 out of 10. Wiley gets it.
Hello, nurse.
Yep.
9 out of 10.
Nice.
Listen, the internet's all about bunny women at the moment.
I don't know why. We'll correct that mistake.
Delayed action Easter.
No.
I saw something
cease.
earlier. I saw something earlier today. No, let's not.
I'm not even joking.
I cast Easter.
Easter?
Yes, it's a 12th level spell of basically a giant rabbit comes and beats the shit out of you.
Anyways.
Yes, but anyways.
Just wait till my chocolate golem that's in the shape of a rabbit comes for you.
Oh god, I forgot chocolate golems could be a thing here. Oh boy. So, 5 minutes pass, and, cleaning's quick and easy. Just fluff up the pillows, make sure the blanket's back to being full and warm and everything else. And, of course, a little bit of music is being played, within a little bit of a small music box. And, of course, as the cleaning finishes, the nurse leaves. We're all free to enter within.
Of course, it goes without saying that Indare is trying to be at his usual charming Indare self, even though he is Cheeto Dust Orange.
Roll me a persuasion.
Am I going to go 0 for 3 with the nurses? That is a 12.
Now hold on. Nurse gotta roll herself.
Oh no.
Damn it, Willie.
Oh my fucking god. Bob?
Uh-huh.
You lucky son of a bitch.
What?
That was an 11.
A...
Hello, nurse.
So, the nurse, as they're leaving, winks at you.
Careless whisper intensifies.
Bees, 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 bees.
But that
bees.
song's about cheating on people.
I said what I said.
Somewhere
We all know
out
that-
there.
We all know that Bob is currently just cheating on Baggy like Prime.
Man, I can't wait till y'all see that Baggy was the BBEG all along, just because of this.
Indare's just being friendly. I don't know what any of you are talking about. Totally not like I proposed to a dragon or anything.
Already, the bag is getting this dragon sling, so...
Or like tuxedo mask caped us at all.
That was just literally fucking hours ago. Like, that was today.
Yeah.
But anyways, you are all welcomed back in.
And when you come back in, Indare has that coy smile on his face, that charming cat, even though he's, like I said, Cheeto Dust Orange.
Like, yeah.
This is 2 games where I have to deal with, like, sultry cat smiles. It's becoming a theme.
Well, honestly, we're glad you're all right. During the interrogation, I guess, or the post-event questioning, they told us they're gonna bump up security, and figure out, I guess, where they're going to put the staff, since it's clearly not safe here. But I guess, for the sake of brevity, J. Frost, we could just relay everything that was discussed, so that way at least he's up to speed.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold up. So you're telling me that we're going to be watched by the Securitrons more closely?
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Indare makes a note of that for the next time that he goes to his dealer.
Oh boy, is this gonna be fun.
Well, we never asked the question if it's medically permissible here. Because at this point, I'm pretty sure Indare does have anxiety.
Oh, he's got a lot of things right now.
I mean, if they're
anxiety, pain, orange
if they're gonna
fur.
question him, then
orange.
they'd have to question Mort carrying around vodka during school hours.
Well, Shrub made a note of it.
But yeah, I also made sure to let them know about the owls.
Wait, you told the professors about the owls?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Did you tell them about the grim owl?
Yes. I'm going to say because I made that as a wide branching statement of Daedalus told them everything he has about the owls.
Good man. You never know when the grim owl is going to make its appearance.
I can only prepare. Speaking of which, I'm working on some stuff to make sure that we're not scryed on as readily as usual, but it's going to take some time. Probably have to make some notes tonight.
That's going to be helpful.
Yes, I'll be sure to let you know what I find.
All right.
So, above game, is there anything else we need to talk about?
That's
I
up to
don't
you all.
know.
I mean,
Hmm.
I feel like we covered most of the stuff unless there's anything that we as individuals want to share with everyone for them to be up to speed in regards to everything that's happened.
I mean, Daedalus is an open book at all times, so I've got nothing.
Yeah, I can't imagine who that might be aimed at.
So, out of everybody, only one of them managed to survive?
Yeah. I mean, survive. He's alive. I didn't get a good look at him. I mostly just put out the fire. That was on instinct.
That's what survive means.
There's tiers to surviving.
And did anybody check on the shopkeep before we all just bolted?
They left guards
Seems
with
like-
him.
Yeah, one of the teachers was looking at him.
Good.
Yeah, I only remember the shopkeep yelling at the dude that we helped catch.
Oh, he was mad.
Do you think we're
I
gonna?
could.
Do you think we can negotiate higher rates for our sales with him now?
I don't know if he. I don't know how many of you guys he saw. I know he saw me because he was in my periphery as he was screaming at the guy I had in my arms.
Well, me and Goldblum did crash through a wall.
Wait, you broke a wall?
Yeah, sorry about that, Goldblum.
It was the wall's fault.
He opens his mouth and has a finger up, wiggling it a few times, like he's about to say something. Then he just puts it down. Well,
Doesn't
your goodwill may have been spent on destroying a wall in that shop.
I mean, all things are negotiable.
Honestly, I think that given the masked dude had somehow put the shopkeep asleep, we probably get away with this one. The shopkeep's probably way more mad about someone magically putting him to sleep and then attempting to steal his wares. He'll probably forgive the wall.
You know, if he was woken up after the hole was made, you could potentially blame it on the guy that robbed the shop.
Wait a second. No. Mom always said not to lie with business partners.
But is it lying if you leave out certain facts?
Yes, a live omission.
Mm.
That's drow
Okay.
nobility number 1.
I see.
Yeah, a lot of drow noble court rules is just about how to lie properly.
he points to and there is he lying down properly?
No, he's
Oh
at,
my god.
no, he's reclined. He's at an angle.
Oh, okay.
Daedalus did not.
Stares into the empty cup, knowing there's no more coffee. Considers drinking own tears.
You heard it here, folks. We've got a confirmed tier drinker.
These pillows are fluffy as hell, y'all. I love these pillows.
I might know someone who could get you some.
I mean, you could always take one back to your dorm room when they let you out.
Maybe.
I can see that now. About 3 days later, the medical bag is going to kick down my door with another medical bag as a battering ram.
Eh.
That. Hmm.
Don't underestimate the
Maybe.
bags.
The
They will
bag's
mess you
literally
up.
SWAT raid style Ender's dormitory, and there's a fucking crossbow on each of them. Some of them are carrying heavies, some are carrying light.
They have knives taped to the top of their heads like Roombas. One of them has a claymore.
One of
And they
them,
can only look as angry as toads of the Toad Kingdom.
they will take my hand!
Baby, you cut out real bad.
I know. That's part of the joke.
He won't. I got it though.
All right. Well, is there anything else for us to talk about? Because if anything, I would like to move on to the day so we can all have our new spells and whatnot.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably get the good sleps. But I guess DM, what time is it now?
Now it'd probably be around maybe like 6, 7. It's definitely winding down.
We should probably grab food.
We'll only say one thing as Daedalus is leaving. As Daedalus walks out of Indair's room, he hears an owl hooting, and then it disappears.
Okay. Well, Daedalus is immediately turning back around, scanning the room. Well, actually, no, he probably wouldn't scan. He's now afraid for his friend's life. So,
Like, you walk out of the room, you hear an owl hooting, you walk back into the room, there's nothing there.
Yeah, this is a snap reflex. So everything within the room, except for Bob's bed, just 3 random shots of Scorching Ray.
It would be
Oh,
at this
no.
moment the fire alarm goes off.
Oh no.
And
Don't
of
worry,
course,
don't worry. You're safe in there. As he runs to your bed.
you see multiple nurses, a Securotron literally with what seems to be a giant water canister onto their back, and a water hose gun arm come in and just start blasting everything.
Quick, it might have escaped.
Oh my god.
There is a scream from Indair, and then Indair vanishes from the bed.
Specs, I swear. And Belki will grab him by the back of his shirt and try and haul him out of there.
No, wait, they got him there. He's gone. What happened? What?
Goldblum will point at Daedalus and say, "Look, it's on your shoulder." I cast Find Familiar in the form of an owl.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
Bullshit.
Wait, hold on. Find Familiar takes like... Hold
Yeah,
on, what is this?
You can still cast it because it's a
As a
druid
normal
option.
spell.
Well, it's still, as a normal spell for its casting time, takes 10 minutes.
Does it?
Unless he's already got it,
Yeah.
and he just summoned the familiar and then disappeared, because you can make it appear and disappear as an action.
Oh god.
Oh, well then. Immediately on the owl. You'll never take me! 1 second.
Belki
tell
still
me you
got hold
jumped-
of Daedalus.
Please tell me you jumped through the fucking window.
I would
No.
like
No, Belki
So-
has me, but this thing appeared on my other
Yeah.
shoulder, so mind slipper.
I would like to say, because everything has been hectic, that as soon as the hooting and the fire happened, that Celis has slinked off without the rest of the party.
I was
It's
just
just
Understandable.
Diabetes stuck around for that shit.
Yeah, the two of you are
She's done.
far fucking gone.
She's had enough.
I throw Daedalus over my shoulder and leave.
I mean, at this point, Daedalus would be wrestling with the owl on his other shoulder.
That's fine.
You all leave. You go to collect your dinner. And of course, tonight's meal is based off of a real life meal that was just had. You have veal parmigiana with a nice bit of tomato sauce, some olive oil cooked zucchini, a little bit baked, bit of a nice garlic mashed potato, and of course, for the drink, well, tonight's drink is a very simplistic lemon infused tea.
I also just want to point out I have wasted all of my spells on spider climb and nuking that room. But meanwhile, so Goldblum, do you ever explain to Daedalus that you can summon owls?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, you're going to need to find a way for me to differentiate between the owls that you summon, which I can trust, and the other owls.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, mine looks
Alrighty.
spiritually.
Spiritually? Okay. Sure.
Huh.
You know what? No, I'm not even gonna.
It's not
Moving on.
religious, but it's spiritual.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
going to imagine that
Moving
all...
on.
I was going to imagine all of Goldblum's owls are gray and have the same deadpan expression as him.
Slightly
Anyways.
see-through because they're spirits.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Let's
get
continue.
your meals, eat together, you rest, go to bed. You will all regain your health, your spell slots, any other assets that could be regained after a long rest. And as far as classes are going to be concerned, I will give this little heads up. Iapetus, you will be given the schoolwork for Ender for his classes.
Roger that.
Because you were selected by a few of the teachers to kind of just, bring it about.
Got it. Receive schoolwork. Okay.
As far as the rest of y'all, Wiley, what the shit is that?
What do you
It's
think it is?
Oh my god, it's Hootie.
pretty self-explanatory.
Hootie.
Why do I hear the Giga Chat theme music being played?
Anyways,
Yes. As for the rest of you, I will say this. You all will be given your classwork and everything else, and we'll do a little bit of a time skip with each. I would like to ask everyone to do me a favor. Roll me, for each of you, roll me like a d20 each.
Okay, just a normal d20.
Just a normal d20.
11.
3.
15.
And
Oh boy.
That's a nat one there, Frost.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through all this, starting from top down. Daedalus, your time with your schoolwork is not too bad. With each of your classes, you focus pretty much. It's a normal. Belki, your focus is definitely not on class. It's thinking about everything that's happened. Goldblum, because I almost fucking read the Ender name. Just normal day. Iapetus, pretty good. Salis, really good. Ender, you're flirting too much with that bunny nurse.
Did Iapetus even bring me my homework?
Yes.
Damn.
Hey, damn, I just got it.
Alright, I will say that is day 1 back. But before we end day 1, I will give a heads up. Iapetus, you receive a letter and a pouch. The letter is from the Fire Jolt Cafe.
Oh, goody. She will open this letter.
This is a notice of payment that is put that the student account has been created, and you will now receive pay.
Bless.
Within the sack, within the little bag, is 105 gold.
She's in the money.
Dollar bill, y'all.
She quite literally could make it rain, briefly. I will make a note of this. Cool. I have made a note, God. Thank you.
You are more than welcome.
I'm
Now,
rich, bitch.
Also, Zai, you can track your gold in your character sheet with the little things atop of the item inventory.
Mm-hmm.
I just wrote it down in case.
I will state this. I would like everyone to do another D20 for this next day.
19.
Oh, shit.
16.
3.
15.
15. Damn, this nurse is pretty.
Belki?
For just a D20?
Yep, just another D20.
17.
God damn. Alright. Well, Daedalus, you're on track with your studies. You're going hard as fuck. Salus, better than yesterday. Goldbloom, focus. You're hard on it like a stone as a paperweight.
Oh my.
Iapetus,
I am the stone.
What to study?
yeah. What is study? You're basically just like you're trying to get in there to stop flirting with the nurse at times. And there,
This tracks.
you actually are able to multitask the flirt and the schoolwork. Belki,
Mm-hmm.
you're able to concentrate a lot more today. And it is here that I would like to bring up a few things for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You all will receive a letter of notice that the school will be hosting tomorrow a club openings. For those of you that have not decided yet, there will be clubs to join. I will try to gather as much of the information about which clubs are open, and you will be able to have your selection. We can cover this at a later time if you need. On top of that, I would like to note, Ender, you have a letter. This letter is from Sloppy Eoges, stating, within a few days, you are to report for your first day of work.
Yeah.
So you get to go work in the kitchen with Frank!
Rank.
Need another Reuben!
And I get to wonder why the mind flayers are looking at me like they want to rip my face off.
Probably because they want to rip your face off.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they hate another version of Indare in another timeline real bad.
Mm-hmm.
I have some. Boy, howdy, is there going to be some fun for this.
Sure that Archon and I are going to be good friends.
Now, I would like everybody to roll me yet another d20 for day 3.
10.
Natural 1.
Oh, 17.
19.
I had to have a bad one show up somewhere.
I'm happy. Daedalus is still middling even when he is distracted.
Alright. Belki, things are not too bad. Daedalus, not too bad. Salus, Ugh, class is getting boring. Iapetus, you're on the money. Goldblum. Fucking brain blasting here. And Dare.
Fuck homework, nurse pretty.
Basically. Also, forgive me, I'm hearing like a freaking music box playing somewhere. Hold on 1 second.
Hi?
That isn't you, is it?
I'm not. Oh, that's the alarm for medication.
We will be taking a short break, everybody. We just need some medication here.
It's good time for a break, anyways.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're at that point.
Yeah, so y'all get to enjoy a little break. We'll come back. Hope y'all are having fun. Chat, hope you're enjoying this episode today.
J Frost, you're echoing super hard because you're being picked up on both mics. So.
Oh wow, holy shit.
Yeah.
That is actually impressive.
All right. Well, hey chat, how you doing? You having a good time? Enjoying us actually having a moment where nothing as bad is going on and we're all happy?
You mean before or after you tried to set Indare's bed on fire?
I aimed away from the bed. It was all the rest of the room that I shot at.
Yeah, but you also set off the anti-fire suppressors. There was a wet cat in that bed.
Well, then he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
What the
he
fuck did
shouldn't
I
have.
do?
You made an owl noise at a point when
How?
You
How
know
did?
that?
What proof do you have that Indare was the one that made the owl noise?
this is Vaughn talking to you, justifying justifying Daedalus' actions. He has no idea that Indare made the noise. He heard a noise in the room where his friend who was just nearly killed was in, so he went immediately to save his friend. Indare just needs to learn that when you flip Daedalus' switch, he immediately goes into fight or flight.
I mean, but fire. Cat just dealt with bomb trauma.
Listen, I don't have a lot
Well-
of offensive spells, okay? None of my options in there were going to be very safe.
To be fair, that was a wet explosion, not fiery explosion. Blood explosion.
Touche.
Well, now
I'm just waiting.
Yeah, she got paid.
I'm waiting for.
Wonder what money's
someone-
like.
Congrats, Tis.
Yeah.
Now that we're on break, that means I can show you guys the curse shit I made.
Ooh,
Yes.
curse,
No
curse,
cursing.
curse.
There's
Only good
I
things.
don't know this.
Yes.
Not really that. Okay,
Yes.
Okay, give me a second. I need to bring this up for chat real quick.
that is so not cursed.
That's amazing.
Okay, chat, 1 second.
The moment J Frost you mentioned, the moment J Frost mentioned Baggy but nurse, I was like, oh, I can't. It has to get out of my head.
Also,
Side note.
Moon brings up a very good point. Indare is just really popular with all things bag related, okay?
It's true.
Oh
I
God.
guess
Are baggies in our universe the same as the Clefairies in Pokemon?
that's a good question.
Now, which one is your favorite baggy? Officer Jenny Baggy or Nurse Joy Baggy?
That sounds like more of an Indare question.
Well, technically, my
Depends
favorite
if-
Baggy is Baggy Prime, which I guess is Undead Baggy because it was summoned by Morg, the Necromancer.
I guess you guys could also say the cat's out of the bag.
Yes, and we're going to try our best to keep him out of there.
Look,
Mhm.
if it fits, it sits.
Sits.
That's the rule.
Ugh.
I have proof of this.
But yes, I'm going to step away for at least 1 quick second to use the restroom, so I will be right back.
So
Okay.
to answer the question between Nurse Joy Baggy versus Officer Jenny Baggy, there you go.
Oh my goodness.
Like, if I say Officer Baggy, I'll be arrested, but if I don't say Nurse Joy Baggy, I won't be taken care of.
Now, the most important thing that we need to do, we need to keep Indare away from Todd Bagman.
Oh wait, away from who?
Todd Bagman.
I am concerned.
I mean, everything we
list
do in
of
this game so
things.
far is concerning.
There's a lot in this game that's concerning.
Like our fucking mall cops that are our security drone.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, the stat block we use for Securitrons are basically just library cards.
Jesus Christ.
And
Also,
also-
I hate my brain because it immediately started singing having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card.
Which we all do have.
I'm back.
Welcome.
Welcome
I can't
back.
wait. I can't wait for the shoe to drop from the results of the festival.
We will-
Oh God,
Return.
you have set up so
Hey.
much for yourself.
Nani? Oh
Yeah.
no! All the nurse things. Oh Jesus Christ! I haven't thought about the song from Pokemon in years.
I decided when I made Indare that I'm not going to take him seriously at all. He is the comic relief to the horrible, nightmarish, eldritch abomination that is Daenerys' life.
To be fair, half of our party is comic relief and the other half are the straight men.
True.
Yeah. Some of us, it depends on, what time of day it is.
And some of us are just planning for some of y'all to have a bad day.
Diapetus hasn't had her coffee yet.
What was the one where it was like our the one image where it was like half of our party of like someone is having an issue and the other person caused the issue and one. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like,
No?
Was
and then
that image that someone had shared in like memes or something? It was like, who did this? Who did that? Who has no idea what's going on?
yeah,
I
something
know
like
what you're
that.
talking about. Yeah.
I'd like to just imagine it's that one scene from the fucking Office of who broke the fucking coffee machine and everybody's pouring it out. And
Oh, it's
fucking
Parks
who
and
broke
Rec.
it-
Parks
It's
and
Parks
Rec.
and Recs. And fucking Naylock's the one that's like, I'm the one that broke it. I hate them all. I just wanted to see them fight.
Which is true. I mean, at that point, well, Dale should just be hanging from the ceiling. I did nothing. I'm not allowed
Oh,
coffee.
I found it. I found it. It was this one.
Gary's the beard.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was the
yeah.
one.
I did.
I shared that like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you
It's
have a
trash.
rooster?
Get rid of your body. Doesn't matter. Just hide it.
Ugh.
Jesus Christ, y'all are fucking crazy.
Yes.
Shall we go down the horn?
Why not?
Yeah.
Alright. Hi, Pixie. Pixie is accounted for now. Vaughn.
Hello.
CG.
Honk.
J Frost. Kitty. Bob.
Can't talk, getting sponge bath from Bunny Girl Nurse. Be back with you in about 20. Maybe 30.
I can already hear somebody fucking scrambling to make art of that, and already I am crying.
Looks directly at Bun.
Yeah. Especially after what they did on Thursday. You know what you did!
What? What did they do on Thursday?
They
I
may...
see this just.
Oh no.
Yeah, look up in art. They might have sexualized something.
Oh
I
no.
can't believe it. Oh no. Anyway.
Yes.
Cuesta.
Uh,
What?
yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Willie.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome, son. No, go into the timeout corner. Zai.
She is off looking for coffee.
Much like a certain someone I know.
Whatever do you mean?
Not you, baby.
I was gonna say, I have literally a cup of coffee a day.
No, I just know people that are coffee addicts.
I
live next door to 2 of them.
Your folks?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So anyways. And now we return back to day 3. It would be at this moment, however, you all will receive an official noticement.
How do we
Directly from the school's campus of information. Well, the school's Department of Information.
How do we receive this letter?
For some, it is delivered by owl. For some, it is delivered via basically like a construct of a guide bot in the form of a mailman.
Oh.
And for others, it's just appears at their door. Would you like me to read this out loud?
Why, yes.
To all student body and all faculty body. Due to the events that have taken place within a few days, as well as the horrific actions that have transpired on a day of what was supposed to be festivitous celebration, campus security has been increased. You will all notice that the Securitrons are far more active now. Guide bots have been initiated into the service. Anti-magic fields will be erected over certain buildings and facilities to help temper any form of illicit magic. The school's lockdown protocols, while lifted, however, will contain ghost protocols in effect to ensure that all student and faculty are safe. We must also announce, sadly, that, and do forgive me right now, I need to make sure that this is read correctly. Also, definitely not buying time because my headset died. The Chief Director of Security, Professor Naylok, will be stepping down from his position as the Director of all campus security. This position will be supplanted instead by the Assistant Director for the next few weeks, until a Security Council can be established. We hope that you all are within good health and good spirits. We seek to make this school year a safe and productive one. With regards, Strixhaven Founders Association.
Huh. Neat.
And that's a letter that only he got, or that everyone basically in the school
Everyone
got?
on campus has received this letter.
Got it.
I also
Well-
love now that Daedalus is not getting messages delivered by owls. This is great.
Yes, you got it from the robotic mailman.
Ooh.
Hmm.
You know, it occurs to me that we never did get that cursed forbidden knowledge taken care of that's currently rattling around in our skulls.
I mean,
Well,
What?
remember,
Huh?
we were asked if we wanted to have that sponged from our memory banks, and several people said no.
Actually, we never confirmed that because a lot of shit happened at the same time.
Well,
I'll just say right
I
now,
guess
above game, Daedalus has already forgotten the name because it's not important to him.
Well, I think we should probably go find Nylock before he's, cleaned out his desks and the premises. Because, yeah, he needs to answer our questions.
I mean, I didn't think he was fired. I just thought he just got switched off of
He is no
security
longer
duty.
the acting director of school security.
Mm.
Step
He's-
down. That's not getting fired.
Yeah. To me, that sounds like he got sacked.
That, or he's being moved into an undercover position and he's doing something that he needs to be out of the limelight for.
Mm.
I assume
So-
since he's still a professor, he would just teach his classes.
Yeah, because it sounds like he had, like, you know how someone could be the head of the club but also teach a course? Like, it sounds like that's what security was for him.
Hey,
Mm.
hey, God, are there still any courses taught by Professor Naylock?
Yes, there are.
Okay.
There are a few courses, none of which are in. However,
So,
they are available for second years.
are any of them going on right now?
To answer your question, one.
Okay.
And that currently is Chronomancy class.
Oh, great. Yeah. I think perhaps Belki will go to that class and let herself in and sit in the back. She's probably got her own classes, but she needs answers.
Alright, well, if that is the case, I'm going to need to change our screen here.
Oh,
You will be heading over to Silver Quill campus.
I see. Pretty.
Yeah, it's one of
Yes,
those.
it is.
It's one of the schools that none of us go to.
I thought Daedalus did.
No, the only
You
schools
have
that
not
we...
been. You
Yeah.
have not been assigned yet to which you
Mm.
have. You've only been given the general courses and classes.
Okay.
There will be sub classes you will be able to take. Meaning, you will be assigned to a house soon. You having fun there, Titan?
What is he doing?
Just scratching at the P-pad.
Go put him in the actual litter box when he does that.
Alright, give me a second, folks. Anyways, continue, talk.
You gonna go by yourself, or
Yeah, I think Belki's gonna go by herself, more than likely.
okie dokie?
Unless it's somehow possible for first years to sneak/drop into the second year class.
I mean, unless we have class, Daedalus is probably going to go to the school store and see about getting paid for more of the spell he gave them. Listen, I'm a wizard. I got financial needs.
Yeah, some of y'all are broke bitches.
I'm not. I'm one of the few not broke, but I have an expensive spell book.
The
I have
Gucci
13
hurts.
gold.
I have
And
10
one
times
platinum,
that.
I guess.
Oh.
Whoops.
Sorry, guys. I have a little pixie next to me. He now needs love
Oh,
and
the
affection.
baby.
She's meowing.
Oh, my baby.
Okay, so
Anyways, so
Yes.
Belki, you want to go see Nelok?
Yes.
You will find him within the Grand Loft Hall, teaching.
She's not interrupting. She's just going to sit at the back of the class and wait.
It takes a bit. At least 20 minutes go by before class is dismissed. You see many different students, some wielding. Most all are wielding, of course, that of the silver quill.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, things are calming down. You see Naylock kind of immediately call for one of his orbs to copy down everything that has been put for class, and immediately the orbs rejoin to his, well, floating right behind him, kind of creating like a circular mini disc around him.
Yeah.
He immediately sits down and looks up to you and goes, "And what do you need?"
So the class was dismissed?
Yes, class is
Okay.
dismissed. The students have dispersed.
Alrighty. Belki will get up and make her way down to where Nylock's at. I wanted some answers. And you never came back when we were being interrogated.
Not an interrogation. That was a debriefing.
All right. Regardless, you never came back.
Attend to.
You cut out really bad.
I have matters to attend to.
Yeah, but it's been 3 days. And I think, not just me, but the rest of us kind of deserve some answers.
He looks at you and he just goes, "We're deserving of a good education and safety."
If it was safety, you wouldn't have given it to us in the first place.
And by what logical reason would you come down to this decision?
Because
Explain.
opening that orb took some forbidden knowledge. Why did you give that to Specs? Why did you give that to Daedalus?
To test his capabilities. He has succeeded.
That's not good enough. You put him and us in danger.
You put yourselves in danger. Everyone puts themselves in danger by doing anything. Getting up, breathing, practicing arcane capabilities, studying. Everything is dangerous in some way, shape, or form. Yet you do it. We all do.
That's not good enough, Nylock. You know what I'm talking about. This isn't walking down a road with the possibility of getting hit by a cart. You know what that thing is, right? What is it?
The answer, or the orb.
The rock and why it was in something that we needed to know. Things that we shouldn't know.
You have until the countdown finishes.
No, I'm telling you. You need to tell us now. I don't want these riddles anymore.
Naylock gets up and looks at you again. You don't want these riddles. You don't want truths to be revealed, but you do. Already, I have had to step down from my position because of failure. I rarely fail. You will wait your turn.
I've been waiting for 3 days. I haven't been able to see my dad. I know he's still here. I want some answers, damn it.
Good. I want answers too. And you
Well,
watch
then-
as Naylock immediately leans into you. For starters, why should I not banish your father back to the infernal realm he came from? Why I shouldn't unleash a radiating bolt against him for bringing a monster on campus.
You mean me?
I said monster, not muling.
Belki just glares at him. He
Would
isn't
you
the
like
person
to
he
s-
was before.
Really? You watch as one of the orbs immediately flies over. And it begins to shift and shake like a circular Rubik's Cube. And as it clicks finally, you watch a beam of green energy come out. And give me a moment, as I would like to reveal something to you all. Pardon me for a quick moment.
Also, Wiley, how many different screen names are you going to go through for this one session?
Whenever I come up with the new ones.
God damn it, Wiley.
Whenever it comes up.
The only sad part is chat can't see all of the names you've come up with unless you roll.
I mean, to be fair, all the names have been accurate, though. Sips actual tea.
Jesus Christ, Wiley.
I think he's gone through 7 in the span of this 2.5 hour session.
You know, I gotta give credit where credit's due. You definitely know what you're doing.
It shows I'm paying attention, right?
Mm.
I mean, it does.
I'm just going off of what's happening.
You know, you bring up a good point.
Wiley, do me a favor and just do like one roll so chat can see what your current name is.
Why is it lagging?
Because Roll20 hates us. There it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I
Just a-
tried to look for something earlier and it wouldn't even let me look for it. It said 404.
Remember, I had a fatal error before we even started the stream. I got it running, and that's why I immediately pressed play.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, Krista, you fucking tell him you go in on this motherfucker. Give
I'm
him
trying.
no passing.
Y'all are more than welcome to like bust down the door and like, where the fuck did Belki go? Oh shit.
I
There's
mean,
only one place that she'd go. It wasn't class.
you're asking a lot of inference for somebody like Daedalus.
I asked above game.
I'm thinking of the people who would probably be able to figure out Iapetus. I could see managing, especially if anybody asked Antimony, considering Belki and Antimony are roommates.
So, like, Iapetus, even if she wasn't looking for Belki, would have eventually gone to find Naylock on her own because she's had something she's wanted to talk with him for a while.
Yeah.
Right now, Daedalus is operating on, on what is so far the most common thing. You don't find Naylock. Naylock finds you. Then he freezes time and talks to you. And so he's just like, if Naylock's going to tell him anything, time will freeze and he'll know it's Naylock time.
I mean, that's
It's Naylock time! Oh my
It ain't
fucking
broke.
God.
You gotta
I love
remember,
you, boss.
Daedalus is very empirical. Detrimentally so, I'd even say.
I
See,
fucking love you people.
Aepatus knows this. She's lived with it. She already knows. At this point, she's gonna need to find out the schematics for that coffee machine that was in the fucking interrogation room so she could put it in her own room.
Well, it was built into a Securitron, so that's gonna be tough.
Where there is a will, there is a way.
Oh, my name is Will.
See, he gets it.
Will I am.
Will I?
You have an artificer in your party.
A bedridden artificer.
All right. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
At this hopefully this works.
Let's go.
I hope.
Honey? What should we be seeing?
1 second. I.
Willie, no. Willie, no.
God damn it, Willie!
I know.
Oh no, he summoned the Nucles.
I know Dewey. Gesundheit.
Okay.
Bless you.
Now this should be seen.
Ooh.
Oh.
Kyle,
Why is this your shadow? What?
Oh no.
That is what Belki is getting to see. That is trapped in this green aura field being emanated out from this one black orb.
Mm-hmm. Has she ever seen
that.
anything like this before?
Roll history.
Look at that happy smile.
Yeah, he's just a
Friendly.
little guy.
Just a straight history.
6.
No. You've never seen anything like this fucking
Yeah.
thing.
I'm pretty sure if you saw one of these things, you'd remember.
So what is it doing in the orb? Like,
It is currently being kept trapped into the orb. The energy field is just projecting this thing.
oh, okay. Belki just squints and steps closer to look at it.
I would not step close to that, considering what it is capable of.
Yeah, okay, so what does this have to do with my dad?
This thing was attached to the shadow of the teacher that was with you, right as you were all being escorted into the medical facility.
Belki's just quiet a moment and looks at it. Then looks over at Nylock and then back to the thing. Can it hear me?
Only if I will it.
Yeah, so can I talk to it? Hello?
No.
Why not?
Because it can't hear you. It can't see you unless I will it.
So why are you being obtuse?
This thing I have tracked as soon as it was made apparent. Funnily enough, it left behind a signature,
Uh-huh.
one that lingers on you.
Belki just raises an eyebrow, not terribly impressed. What are you talking about?
I'm saying this thing was attached to you.
Okay. So
And
let
the
me talk to
signature.
it.
Its origin Naylock just looks at it and looks back to you. You wish to speak?
Yes.
Fine. Speak. He will wave his hand. The thing does not move, but you can see that its red eyes now can focus on things.
Belki will speak to it in Infernal. Can you hear me?
It
Oh, your
replies
mic
back in
does. Your mic
Infernal.
does not
Okay,
like the.
I'm just gonna.
Your mic doesn't like
I'm
this.
just gonna say this above game. Frost, you can't do any kind of whispering with your headset. Point blank. You just have to speak normally.
It's
I know,
really
I know.
bad.
Looks like I'm gonna have to do this. It replies back in Infernal. I can.
Good. Who do you work for?
For the third of the Infernal Triumvirate. The Prince of Ecstasy. The Prince of Cursed Music. I work for Kebrak.
Do you know who I am?
One of the spawn of Kebrak.
And why were you in my shadow?
Tasked to keep watch and act as sentinel.
It's not picking up that well, honey.
That one came up clear on this end, though.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. And then Belki will gesture to the orb and look at Nylok and speak in common. He was looking after me because my dad was worried about me, you stupid.
He looks up to this. What was your mission? I was tasked to retrieve the staff of Zortuk. Nylok looks to you, Belki.
Okay,
You were
why?
saying,
Well, for one, it's a family heirloom. Like me and my dad both said. Not just to you, but to other people. And she'll turn back to the demon. Do you speak common?
It replies back in common. Yes.
Oh, well, that saves us a lot of trouble then. All right, great. So what were you going to do with the staff once you got it? Dad's not supposed to have it.
I was to return it to my master, so he may return it to its owner.
Belki just flails, gesturing at the creature, like looking at Nylok, like, what the fuck did you expect was going on?
The point, child, is a creature of this caliber is not supposed to be on campus. Your father broke a sacred rule.
Yeah, guess what? You don't have kids, I take it, considering, you lack the anatomy to do so. Parents do things like that, yeah? You have no idea the kinds of things my mother has done either. Or maybe you do. She used to go to school here.
She was the smarter one. And you watch, Belki, as Naylock walks through the desk and is now point blank staring at you.
She doesn't back down.
But it does not mean that such frivolous triflements can be tolerated. I am no longer acting director of the security of this facility, of this campus. But I will make something very clear to you, child. If any threat arises, and I see it, I will follow directed programming. And you watch, with a twist of his hand, This thing, trapped within the energy field,
Mm-hmm.
randomizes, is eliminated.
Belki is like looking between him and the orb that just disappeared. And what did you just do?
Ended the threat of this creature.
You killed it?
Cannot kill something that has already been dead.
They're not it doesn't work that way.
It does. Creatures like Bone Claws are undead.
Don't they go back to the 9 hells?
No. This one won't. What do you know about Bone Claws?
I don't know anything about them.
They
Dad
are
kinda
failed
left-
attempts at becoming a lich. They are deliberately created by powerful necromancers, death priests, and shadow sorcerers. They bear the same pleasure as their normal brethren when fulfilling the desires of their master.
So
They are
you
cruel
took someone
sentinels.
So you took someone who worked for my dad and killed them.
Have given them the eternity of peace.
You took someone who worked for my dad, who was protecting me, and killed them.
They were attached to your father before they were attached to you, with directed orders to keep watch over you for a small bit of time until they could find the staff. Then they would depart from you, take the staff, and link back up to your father.
Like I said, back when we were being debriefed, and Belki will use air quotes, it doesn't belong to you.
Correct. It doesn't. I argued for the staff's return, and yet it was brought here.
It needs to go back to my uncle.
Correct. And it will go back. And your
So-
father will go back with it.
No, you're going to leave my dad alone. He hasn't done anything wrong.
He brought that thing on campus. It has capabilities of performing acts of extreme violence.
It was
You
here for a
know.
reason.
The reason was infiltration and theft.
It's not theft if we own it. It's a family heirloom.
Nylock is now immediately pulling the orb over. And you watch him. For the first time, Belki, you see that eye go from green to red.
Hmm.
I will not violate directive number 3. But you will understand something, child. I will not tolerate such creatures, abomination or otherwise, in my presence. Would be best to return back to campus facilities and continue your pursuit. Your
You
father
still
will be
haven't-
released.
You
But
still
he will
haven't
be
told
sent
us.
back.
My dad can't go back.
Will if he does not wish to be obliterated.
You don't understand. He can't go back.
I am familiar with the history of the Triumvirate.
I don't know because he never told me. But I do know that he can't go back for a reason. Whatever it is, I don't even know what it is. If he goes back there, he could die. For real. That's always the
Nib.
impression that he gave.
Naylock leans in. That is not my problem, fleshling.
Belki just stares at him and tears well up in her eyes. And she swings a punch at him, full on with like fire in her hand, and just screams as she does.
Belki, do me a favor. Roll
Mhm.
roll to attack. This will be a unarmed attack. So I believe it is 1d20 plus strength modifier, correct?
Yes, but
DMs?
yes, but if she doesn't have proficiency with unarmed strikes, then she can at most only do damage equal to her strength mod.
Fine.
Let me check something here real quick. Isn't it basically burning hand? No, that's a cone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a spell.
Okay, well,
At
fuck
most
it.
you can do
Can
like
she-
thematic.
all right. I'm just gonna roll this one then, as she punches him. So
You
her
hit.
hand will glow with like a black fire.
Roll to hit.
And okay, I don't know where that is on my sheet because there's not.
I'm just gonna say this. Just roll like
Thing.
a d20 plus whatever your spellcasting modifier is.
Let me see the thing. Charisma. Okay. So it's boop boop boo. Let me get the dice. 11. Wait, do I have Jack of all trades? No, that's for skill checks.
Yep.
Shit.
Pardon me for a second. Just all right. Second. Hopefully this should be playing in just a second. How's this sound? Can y'all hear that?
Yep.
Yep.
No.
I can hear it.
It's not loud.
I can increase. How's that?
Yeah, I can kind of hear it.
What's your music setting volume on?
I'll increase it. Okay, yeah, I can hear it now.
All right, Belki, you take a swing. Connect. Nothing. I need to do something now.
Mm.
I'm going to ask you a question, Belki.
Mm-hmm.
What is your health right now?
Did we get? Yeah, we would have been healed, right?
Yes. Yes.
We've had 3
I've
long
been-
rests, so it should be max.
Yeah, 36.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. Need to make sure I get the right one. Okay. Here we go. All right.
Mm.
I need you. You are under the hit point count. Belki,
Hmm.
though not a single touch upon you has occurred,
Hmm.
you are falling over in absolute agony.
Mm-hmm.
It feels as if every cell, every fiber of your being is screaming in
People can
agony.
probably hear Belki screaming from in the room.
If you're going to try to scream in agony, I need you to do me a favor.
Hmm.
I would ask that you try to roll a Constitution saving throw. Or a Constitution check.
I get to roll again for Jack of all trades. Yeah.
That's for checks, not
Ability.
saves.
Ability
Oh,
checks.
for fuck's sake! God damn it. Okay, it's 14.
Plus, it's already included. If you look
Yeah.
at the score, it says 4 + 1.
Oh. Okay.
Or it's very weak. Nothing more than maybe like a cat's meowing. Naylock looks at you. And he says, "Been patient long enough with this impotence. I do not care for the sake of your father. He is a blight. His entire family is a blight. All of his kind are a blight, no matter what purpose they serve in the cosmic scale. I have been around longer than him, longer than many of them. And I will tell you this now. While you are a student, you are under the protection of this entire school and its facility. I will provide that protection as well, as is part of both my requirements and programming. But understand this, child. Even if you are a student, should you, your father, or anyone threaten the lives, the safety, or the existence of any who dwell upon this campus, I will not hesitate to end you. Take that to heart. Take that to mind. Devil spawn or not, you are a student. I will ensure your safety and protection. But understand, do not guarantee it will be painless. If you would like, Belki, attempt to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh. That's not good.
Alright, roll me severity. Remember, I go opposite. If it's higher, it's fun. It's. Wait, is it higher? I go opposite on normal, so.
So is that a D20?
Yeah, d20.
9.
It's a 9, it's not higher. I go opposite way than what it is. If it's lower, usually it's worse. However, if it's higher,
Alright.
it's worse. You're It's hurting. Painfully. Naylock looks. The red changes back to green. He will then look up. With a wave of his hand, the pain ends.
She'll gasp while she's on the ground and try and collect herself before getting up and trying to leave in a hurry.
Understand this, child.
She's not slowing down.
He will still say it before you leave. Protection will be given to all, but those that threaten the safety of this school and those who inhabit it, I will not tolerate. Whether they be student or former archdevil. Naylock just sits back down as you hurry on out.
Belki's gonna be sending a message to all of her friends.
I'm pretty sure we're nowhere near, so we're at the range.
No, she's running towards where you guys would be, so to try and get your guys' attention. She'd be saying, I need help. They're gonna banish my dad. I need your help, please.
I guess as soon as she was within range, if we heard it, Iepetus would respond.
Well, what do you say?
Well, I didn't know if she was within range yet.
Yeah, well, she's...
I mean, this is
yeah.
a different campus entirely, is it not?
Yeah, Belki's
Yeah.
running towards where she knows you guys would be.
Oh,
Well, we don't even know where we are yet.
yeah.
Did you go to
That's
class?
exactly why I didn't say anything yet.
Well, you kind of went and said you were doing this, and no one else said what they were doing. So
Okay.
a lot of time might have
apologies.
elapsed.
My apologies.
It's also not clear what time of day it is, which would determine what class we are in.
Yeah. Do we have 3 periods? We have skipped a lot.
I can answer that for you because I actually have your class listings right now. So, for those of you I will say at this point, coming out of Incomancy would be Daedalus, Salus, and Goldbloom. As for the rest of you, Iepetus... Actually, no, hold on. Yes, at this point, Iepetus and Endair would probably be together due to the fact that Endair is getting all the work. Does that help?
I think it means that we would be the nearest since we
Correct.
technically be on that same campus.
Correct. So you would be the first ones to get it. The
Okay.
Medicaid would be over by... Well, Medicaid's in the general area.
That's exactly why I was saying if within range. That's the only time Iepetus would say something.
Alright.
I guess at this point, just the best answer I could give is, wait, what?
Like, do we see her just kind of running towards us?
I would ask. Belki, are you trying to be very apparent? I believe I know what messages. Could you bring that up just quickly?
Yeah.
Please, thank you. You're the magic words.
Boop.
Okay, 1 round. Range and whisper. Range is 120 feet. You are coming out, so probably, yeah, within the 120 feet.
Yeah. So she needs to go find her dad, and she has no idea where her dad is. But she knows in order to find her dad, she's got to get her friends.
Okay. I guess Sal's would be like, whoa. Wait. Time out. What? Actually, no. Still running, but what is going on?
At this point, I guess
Is
Daniels
that-
will just crawl up onto Goldboom's shoulders to try to keep up. Hey,
So
the system's
where-
not broke.
So they headed out towards Belki?
I have to.
like he's
have to
running?
imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to at this point.
We have no context, so
Yeah,
Okay.
Goldboom would go.
you literally just said a blanket statement that we have at most all we can say is what, and now we're trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, when you guys get to Belki, she'll slow down so that she can actually talk to you, and she looks wild-eyed and like sweating like she'd run a whole marathon, but she couldn't possibly have run that far. I gotta find my dad. I don't know where he's at. We gotta find him.
Okay. How?
I don't know. We gotta find him.
Okay. All right. Shoot. What did they say last time when he was being held? What was going on with that?
Nyluk's going to banish him.
Belki.
What?
Hey, calm down. I get you're upset, but we have to think if we're going to find our way around.
I don't
They
know where he
mentioned that
is.
They mentioned he was being held in like a lounge of some sort, and he was being like
Detained.
he was welcomed into that festival. Maybe not like the best guest, but he probably is not in like a jail of some sort. He's got to be in somewhere relatively nice, right?
Listen, my dad did a stupid thing. You don't understand. And he will like grab Salis by the shoulders, and like she's shaking. My dad did a stupid thing. He broke the rules. You don't understand. We have to find him now.
This is me above game. Do I know a place on campus that they would keep guests? Or, alternatively, prisoners?
Yes, you would. Witherbloom Campus Detention Bog.
Son of a bitch. They probably... I bet you anything they put him in detention.
We gotta go then.
So wait a second. We're breaking into detention.
I guess so.
Dadles is trying to process all of this because, all right, we have literally no information. Let's try to figure something out here.
Listen.
What? No.
No.
You go ahead. You have much more information to go off of.
If it's the Witherbloom Bog, the best place to go would be to Witherbloom. And on top of that, if we are going to get a teacher on our side for this, that coincides with our most likely and most amicable professor, Shrub. I say that we head off to his office, see if I can't get some details on there, and make our way in. I do not think that going around and immediately finding ourselves in detention is going to get us the results we need. And we still need to get the others in on this too.
Can we even get Indira out of the hospital?
I don't know where they're at. What class does Iapetus have?
Would any of us know Iaptis' schedule?
Above game, Iapetus, due to working with the teachers to basically, get Ender his material, would be excused from class. So the class that it would have been right now would have been History of Magic and Art by Vivian Elaine.
And
Which
to be
includes-
fair, if anyone knew her schedule other than the people who have class with her, it probably would be Daedalus.
Yes.
Mm.
And to answer as well, Belki, that's the class you skipped today.
Oh, okay. So then I would know that it's I know that they'd be in my
Yes,
class.
You
Okay.
would be good.
Then yeah, Belki will gesture down the hall that they need to head down. She's in my class.
All right,
All
that
right,
should be in Prismari.
Look, y'all head on over to Wildbloom. I'll go get the others. I'm probably the fastest of us. All right, I'll get
I can
everyone
just-
together.
I could
Alright.
just write a message in the sky too. Would that be faster?
Oh,
No, she might still be in class.
So, do we want to do Skyride or do we just want to?
I'd
Is
say
it all right if I
Skyride
just-
would be much easier.
Mm?
Because at this point, splitting us even further is only going to make this even more of a mess.
Okay.
Alright.
I can either instant cast or ritual, whatever. If we're in
I
a
would
rush
say
or
instant at
not.
this point.
Instant. Yeah.
What's the
I
spell?
will do so.
Skyrite.
Skyride.
Yeah, no, it's I was wondering if it was an action or if it was something more.
For a split second, my brain processed that as Skyrim.
Yes, Skyrim.
Finally awake.
Advocates, you're finally awake.
God damn it.
My question with the spell is whether or not, as Belki pointed out earlier, whether or not Iapetus and Indira would have to be outside to see it, or like viewing the part of the sky where it was written.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hospital,
Depends.
so there's windows.
I was gonna say, do you not have windows?
Well, no, because it says part of the
No, they
sky
have
that
back.
you can see, but depending on
Mm.
where we're looking out the window. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's the best option we have, so it's kind of our only one. So what do you say, Wiley? You got 10 words.
I would wait for the instructions
Instructions
before casting.
unclear.
Iapetus, Indare, meet us at Witherbloom. Signed, Goldbloom, and Daedalus. There.
That.
All right, to Witherbloom. We need to find Professor Shrub. Also, can you explain any of what's going on right now? I say as I hope we all start running.
Yeah, running
Yeah.
and doing this. Yeah.
Alright. Say for the Skyrite. Iapetus and there, what's your passive perceptions?
14 from mine.
Alright.
12, but in hospital bed with nurse.
So that's gonna
So
be...
probably 0.
Yep. I will say this. Because your passive perception matches the spell save DC, Iapetus, you would kind of catch something from the corner of your eye. In the clouds. A message.
What the? Huh? And she will look towards the window, and if she's not close enough, she'll get up and go towards the window so she could get a better look.
Alright.
I'm assuming she's able to see it.
Yes.
Iapetus and Dare meet us at Witherbloom. What the? Okay. So, right, Sky messages. Okay, so she looks over at Ender. Is Ender still preoccupied with the nurse? Because if so, she's going to do something.
I imagine that he's working on something or another.
Cool.
You know, homework, working on tinkering on designs, so on and so forth. It's not all, Nurse Bunny time all the time. He does do things for himself in there.
Yes, especially
Well,
when the bunny nurse leaves.
I mean, I was just asking because if the nurse was there, you were busy. But anyway, so hey, Ender, so I know this is gonna sound crazy, but there were words in the sky that was just now, and they were specifically summoning us, and they were signed by Daedalus and Goldblum. Apparently, we have to go to Witherbloom campus.
And Dare looks over, looks out the door, then looks back at Iapetus. I think the nurses are going to say no to me leaving. You go ahead, feel free. I kind of have a feeling that if I leave here, the Securitrons are going to be coming after me to bring me back.
That's a fair point.
And given that there's a big old sign in the sky that says to go to Witherbloom, that's the first place that they would probably look, because likely every professor on campus knows something's going up at Witherbloom now.
I mean, our group is not always great at subtlety. Oh boy. What the hell happened now? It's only been 3 days! Alright, well, if I'm heading over there, do you have what you need from like your dorm and stuff before I rush over?
I have a bag. I have all the stuff that I had on me for the festival.
Do you need anything else? I just want to make sure you're good before I head out.
Oh, I'm plenty good. I carry enough supplies with me. Thankfully, I don't have the damnable bag of holding anymore, but I do have I do have something not as strong, but it's still strong enough to be able to carry plenty.
All right.
I don't have my bag gel though, so I feel a little bit eh.
Are there any are there any pillows that he's not using, like on like a visiting chair or something?
Few.
She's just gonna do this for flavor. If he lets her, she's gonna take the bag, put it in the chair, put the pillows around it like a little teepee, and then be like, "There you go."
Pillow gel, perfect. Why didn't I think of that? You are a genius, Iapetus.
I do what I can. All right.
Everybody knows the bagman is afraid of pillows.
It's their plush softness. Whatever can he do against them?
Yeah.
But all right, you be safe. Take care of yourself. I'd say yell if you need us, but I have a feeling I'm gonna be too far away to hear.
Tell you what, I will give you something that will help. And Dare snaps his fingers, and appearing on Iapetus' shoulder is a black owl with red eyes, and its feet and talons are inky black.
So black owl with red eyes.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yes. This is amazing.
Well, this situation is going to devolve into pure lunacy.
You did not get you did not get that thing from me.
Got it.
It is a friendly owl that just happened to show up in your time of need.
Alrighty, and is there anything I need to say just in case I need to send a message along to you? Anything I need to, like, activate?
No, it's pretty smart. Oi!
Alrighty.
He looks at the owl. Listen to Iapetus for a little bit. Something goes wrong, come back to me. Or, explode into magic.
She will
no.
scratch under the owl's chin. Thank you.
Have fun. Try not to get expelled.
Finger gun. and she'll pretty much wave and go like running. I guess first towards an area I guess that would have a map so that she knows how to get to Witherbloom.
Of course.
And from there, whatever I guess you need me to roll to get to there, I'll try to find them.
Fun thing, Zai.
Mm-hmm.
There's actual ink dripping off of this owl's talons.
No,
like
your
an
work
hour
uniform.
I mean, they got good school detergent because they got the blood out. So I mean, I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Nothing bad could go wrong right now.
We're only trying to break an archdevil out of, jail in our school.
Breaking a literal
A
archdevil out of
pet owl
detention.
now.
But think of the boon you'll get as a reward.
You also
Oh, I'm excited.
You're also forgetting that you haven't explained this part yet. Daedalus might also come from a family that very much their entire religion is we don't deal with the giant demon spider. And devils are just the other side of demons. So, depending on how you phrase your explanation, you may have one less friend helping in this. I'm just warning you.
You got a potential friend in me.
I mean,
So-
Oh, hi, Kitty.
So,
but yeah. So what do you need me to do?
I would say if you're gonna find this, I'd just say
I mean, we do have guide robots now. You could literally just walk up
Yeah.
to one of them.
literally just ask one of the guide robots.
Okay. Hello? Hi, can you help me find, or figure out how to get to Witherbloom's campus?
Alright, you watch as this, I don't know, allow me to find some... Second here. Yeah, this would definitely be the guide robot. Remind me, Vaughn, we don't have tour guide robot art, do we?
It's in your DMs. Just scroll up.
Oh, thank God.
This is why I'm making a folder as soon as we finish this session of all the reference art that we need.
And I think I have it here. I see lots of Russian stuff. Yep, there we go.
Okay, there it is. Cool.
I'm going to copy this image and I'll paste it in here. Okay, I'll put it in the call text. You all see this as your guide robot.
Oh,
They're cute.
Did not pop up for me. Give me a second to pull it if I can find
He
it.
baby.
he looks like a compass that was brought to life.
Gee, I wonder why.
Give me a
He's
second
so
while I
cute.
pull this up for the stream.
Yes.
Oh, I can't
Stream,
because
yeah.
it's giant. Thank you. I hate you, Discord. Have
There's a
picture of
way to
Baggy.
convert it. There's a way to convert it.
Yes, but I'm
He
also running
occasionally
OBS and
go-
several other things.
Oh shit.
Poor thing occasionally goes on the fritz whenever he walks past a magnet.
It just tickles.
And he's a 2/1 that costs 2.
Yes.
Oh.
So, does this lead Iapetus to Witherbloom?
Yes, the guide robot goes, "Of course. I can help and assist in your location." He immediately pulls up a full screen map with a little indication mark that goes, "You are here. Your destination is right here." And it even charts out a quick path for you.
Oh my god, it's so cute. If she had more time, she would like heart eyes be all amazed by this, but clearly she does not. But let it be known she's thinking this. So then, yeah, I guess she will make note of whatever was displayed, thank the guide bot, and then rush over, and I guess
Alright.
go to a centralized point there that she thinks she'd see them at.
Of course.
When she gets in the area, she'll just use message like, "Hey guys, I'm in this particular spot. What's going on?"
I mean, the downside to messages with its range, we can literally see each other if we're within range of message.
Yeah, it's not quite sending.
I just figure like if your backs were turned or something.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we're all here. How much do we even know about the situation now?
Nothing.
Yeah, mostly we've just been moving. However, it is 10:30 now.
It's 10:25. We'll be wrapping up in just a bit.
Okay.
Alright. So you are all gathered at least together in one place, correct? I would say
Yep.
by this point you would probably have at least intercepted each other.
Mm.
So, Iapetus, you do have knowledge of a quick route to get to the detention bog.
Sweet. So I'm assuming they relayed everything for brevity.
Yes.
Yeah, that we gotta find my dad.
The elf there's a Daedalus.
Oh, yes, I
that's
forgot.
true. Okay, so I see it. Well, then one quick second here. You'll watch as
You
Daedalus' eyes
better
immediately
not.
glow. Nope, sorry, too late. Give me a second here.
She will not let you harm it.
All you see is Daedalus' eyes glow. This thing needs to make a DC 14 save.
Now remind me, this is a familiar, correct?
It is a familiar.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, but couldn't we argue that since she knows how her brother is, she already would be trying to protect the owl?
And Dare literally told him to watch out for the Grim Owl. That is the Grim Owl. I know what
So
Bob
it's
was
a
doing.
Intelligence. He's got a -4 in intelligence, and I'm gonna roll the green dice for this one.
Yeah, intelligence.
Remind me, does the familiar get a boost or no?
I don't
No,
think
typically-
so.
Their stats are static.
Okay.
So if it says a -4, I mean, Bob rolled, but it's up to you.
I was gonna roll for it.
Either way.
Oh shit.
On the upside, I've now wasted
gonna
one of
reroll
my
again.
very few second-level spells.
Oh, you motherfucker. Rolling it this time this way.
So what
With
happens?
that -4 would knock it down to a 15.
Fuck me. Okay, it takes half of 11 damage.
Funny. Right. The owl just goes.
The owl has 1 hit point. It explodes in a shower of ink.
Iapetus is staring at Daedalus, one eye twitching, completely displeased.
The entire side of her face covered in ink.
This is amazing.
Don't worry, I saved you from the Grim Owl.
she's going to slowly. Oh wait, actually, well, okay. So for those of you that have seen The Simpsons, that one moment when Lisa is really mad with Bart and she says, "All I know is that I have an evil, sniveling tatty tail of an older brother." Yeah, she is that close. And she's like, "Let me get this straight. I rushed over here because someone sent magical words in the sky saying it was important, and there gave me this owl so that in case of an emergency, I could let him know what's going on or communicate with him. And you just blew it up in my face."
But it looked exactly like the owl he told me to attack on sight.
I think this was on purpose.
Eye twitches.
He then shifty eyes.
Eye twitches, turns around.
I would just wait.
Goldblum, Salas, Belki, why am I here? What's happening?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at Goldblum, Daedalus is riding him.
My dad's in trouble.
Okay.
He did something really stupid, and now they're probably going to banish him. So I need to find him and tell him so he can leave before they try to banish him.
But if he would leave, wouldn't he just be banishing himself anyway?
Lucy, shut up.
It's
Is at this
different.
point, I'd like to imagine Iapetus is choking Daedalus.
Listen, Daedalus has no inference here. All we know is...
All right, well, the guidebot gave me a map to get here so that I could, because I hadn't been on this campus. So you guys think that he might be at a bog or a detention center? I know where that is based on the map. So we can head there and you can explain how you found all this out while we're on our way. That's all I got right now. And she's like digging in her bag for like a napkin or something so she can clean off the side of her face.
Or a chancla.
Oh, real chat. The chancla would fly fucking true.
I'll have a chancla, but I got a boot with steel toes that you could beat him with.
La bootla.
I was framed, okay?
The bootla. Yeah, exactly.
Daedalus was framed. He was just looking out for his sister's safety as best he could.
Right next to her face.
Well, he was told this thing would steal your soul, so...
So, anyways, are we, like, is the bog a place that we could just walk into? God?
I will say this right now. Because it is the detention center for the entirety of the campus, there's going to be some serious questions. And remember, there's a lot of Securitrons now out and about.
Okay, so it sounds like our better option would be to head on out to Shrub.
I'm
Okay.
perfectly fine with doing that.
Alright.
That doesn't bother me any. Like,
Can't believe I'm saying this, but Shrub or Morgue would actually be great right now.
I think Shrub's our best bet.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. So, yeah, I guess we're gonna go find wherever Shrub is?
Yes.
Alright. For
Yes, I
those of
agree.
you looking to find Shrub, I will say, please roll me a... What would it be? Investigation? Perception?
Investigation or survival, most likely.
Well,
I
Iapetus knows where Shrub is, doesn't she? Because she talked to the bot.
The guide bot about the Witherbloom campus because all I was told was to meet you guys on the Witherbloom campus. However, we might know, as far like Salas, you and Iapetus might know where Shrub's office is because of the class.
Well, actually, no, I just remembered. You guys were giving counseling cards with his info on it.
Oh, well, there you go.
I mean, we were given the leaf that's supposed to give us extra points on our exam, but I don't know if that was his counselor card.
Well, even so, like, I'm pretty sure we would know how to get in touch with him just because he is our professor. So
Actually, Goldblum, who's into plants and stuff.
yeah. So anyways, that's my argument. I figure we would just know how to reach him.
Hmm.
I can actually agree with this argument. So I will say you will be able to get in touch with Professor Shrub. So it takes a little bit. And you managed to get a communication out to Shrub because, hey, there's guidance bots. They know where to go to, where classes are, and of course, there's potential to call. So, you get in touch, and Professor Shrub goes, "Hello, this is the office of Professor Shrub. How may I help you?"
Call how? So like we're calling on one of the bots?
Yes.
Okay.
And they have a
The
tiny
giant
green belly.
bots.
Okay. And he can see us?
More
I think-
here.
Okay. Professor Shrub,
Yes?
I
Who
need
is
to
this?
see my dad. This is Belki Karst. I need to see my dad.
What are you doing?
Is it possible that I can see him?
I mean, yeah. Been good. He's not doing anything crazy. You're just going to need to get correct clearance into the detention bog.
Can I please?
Yes, but 1 second. Okay, let me roll for that. Good roll, Shrub. Good roll. Miss Cost, is everything alright?
I'm just worried about my dad. It's been a few days.
Why would you
Belki.
be worried?
It's complicated.
Cast. As both
Can I
your
please- Sorry, go ahead.
both your professor and as a teacher within this school, and I would hope a friend in some regard. Something's going on. I would like you to tell me because it's only been a few days since the prior incident. I'd rather not have another surprise.
Before Aepatus met up with them, wasn't the plan for them to get a teacher to help them?
I think it was sort of splintered between all the things going on. Belki was
Yeah.
kind of indecisive because, she's currently freaking out.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
we still don't know anything other than Naylock wants to banish her dad. We have no other information, so most of us are just reacting because friend in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Professor, I'm not really able to explain right now. I just need to talk to my dad. Please?
Roll me a persuasion.
Can I give the help action?
Of course. Will be persuasion now with advantage.
24. Thank you, friend.
Hey, I got you. But
All right.
probably for not much longer.
All right. Detention bog. It'll be over within the more pleasantry area, so more of level 1 detention bog. You will need access. I will grant you this access. And you kind of see a few runes pop up on the bot's chest. Present these runes to any Securitron and they will grant you access.
Thank you, Professor Shrub.
Of course. Just don't do anything rash. Okay?
Yeah, sure. And Belki will look at her friends and give a nod and then say, we should probably head out there.
All right, onward. Daedalus the point while riding on Goldblum.
Salas is going to grab onto Belki's shoulder real quick,
Mm-hmm.
and he would like to insight you.
Okay.
Ooh.
This is not. I'm not trying to find a lie or anything, but you didn't tell a lot of info to the teacher. You're not telling a lot of info to us.
That's fair.
10.
Should I roll deception? DM?
I'm trying to think here.
I'm more going for a vibe check than actual lies or
Yeah.
anything.
So, I would say general vibe. There's
Shaken?
something. There's something. But you can't put your finger on it.
What is Kitty doing?
Kitty is now laying on my lap.
Oh.
Salas is going to give Belki a look of, I'm going along with this. Something doesn't rub me right, but you're a friend, so... And then he's going to run forward after Goldblum, following you, either or.
Well, she's not running anymore. She's walking quickly because they got permission.
Power walk.
Yeah, they got permission. We don't need to do a mad sprint anymore.
Goldblum appreciates that. As the mount.
But DM, it's 10:40.
Still have 5 minutes.
What?
5 more minutes.
I'm counting.
I'm
Just one more
looking at
block.
the clock too.
You said 5 minutes at 10:25.
In all honesty, all we can do is really just get to the entrance to the detention bog. It's fine to call it here.
That's basically
Okay,
it.
all right.
Yeah.
So basically,
We got outros too.
yeah, you managed to get to the detention box entrance, where at least 6 Securitrons are lined up across from each other on the walkway heading into it, with one Securitron, a 7th one, acting as a sentinel in front of the main door. It looks down at you and goes, unidentified students. Registration, please.
We present the bot.
You mean the runes?
Oh, yeah. Did we like collect the runes or did we have to write them down? Okay.
Copy down.
Yeah, so we present the runes.
Identification confirmed. Professor Shrub, authorization granted access. Please state name of this visit. Please state name of this visit.
Above game, do you
Name
want our
of
name?
this visit?
No.
Yeah.
Reason for visit.
Oh, okay. To see Flavius.
Dan. Subject. Flavius Carmine. Willing detention within level 1. Threat level, minimum. Scanning. Scanning. Authorization granted. Confirmed. You will be given access to level 1 detention. Noted. Visitor already in room with Flavius.
Oh,
Aha.
who's visiting?
Level 5. Access clearance. Professor. Scanning. 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 Notification. Lore hold. Scanning. Clearance Alpha 3. Professor. Morgue.
Oh. Well, that's good.
Hopefully. Alright, well, no time like the present.
Yeah, let's head on in.
You.
Alrighty. You all enter the facility, being guided in by the Securitron. And that is where we will end the session.
We're willingly walking into detention. Yay!
No,
mean,
we're willingly risking expulsion.
I apologize.
No, we're not getting expelled. We
Now-
through all the proper channels to be allowed access.
This is true.
I'd argue we are unknowingly, not willingly, because we don't know about the whole demon and stuff.
Yeah, we don't.
Yes. At which point,
I
several people are going.
apologize.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Above game, love you, Krista. In game, there's going to be a lot of in-character choices made very quickly. Next section.
Yep. Friends or unholy beings?
Guy who already mugged me once. Don't really like him. Belki
Can
though.
Can I make
Fair,
a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion for next episode for title?
Sure.
Fiend or foe?
You're gonna have to write that down somewhere,
Oh.
J Frost, most likely in DM notes. Otherwise, I'm not going to remember that in 2 weeks.
That's a pretty good one, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait until 2 weeks from now to see it.
Well, since I don't want to get anyone more in trouble with their significant other and also want them to go to work tomorrow, let's start with outros. Hey, Frost, where can they find you?
And you can find me here at twitch.tv/jfrost747 and over on Twitter at frost747j, where tomorrow, while there is no normal War of the Shattered Sun, you can see over at twitch.tv/fartingtart, who, let's face it, we all love him to death, and he is a good VTuber and pupper. You will find us doing a horror one-shot known as Watcher in the Rain, where things are gonna get fun, so to speak. And if you thought today's episode was suspenseful, wait for tomorrow. Other than that, general streams probably gonna be for some Fortnite streams, a few other things, maybe Curse of Strahd, who knows. All I know is there's plenty of fun to be had soon. And with that, I'll switch to who I don't want to get in trouble with. Quista.
Hello, everybody. It is I, Krista, also known as Spoiled Chestnut. And, above game, I love you all, and I'm sorry.
And I can't believe you're gonna get your friends expelled.
They're not gonna get expelled. They are unknowing patsies who have plausible deniability. That they don't know anything, and you can use Zone of Truth on that one because they didn't know shit.
You know, it's true. I just wonder why another professor's in there.
Yeah, so do I. But yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/spoiledchestnut, though I haven't been streaming much lately. And you can find me on Twitter at spoiledchestnut as well. I'm going to be opening up commissions for VTuber models and rigging again soon, but the waitlist is already pretty full. So yeah, if you haven't gotten in touch with me for waitlist stuff, the time might have already passed. Who knows? But yeah, I had a very fun time, everybody. I was Belki Karst today. Zai, go. I'm going to dip. I love you all. Goodbye.
Bye.
Boy.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Hi, diddly do, everybody. I'm Zyme. You can find me here at twitch.tv/Zyminus, and you can find me over on or Zyme site. You can find me over on Twitter at twitter.com/Zyminus. I've been doing some streams here with Monster Hunter on Thursdays, Resident Evil 8 DLC stuff on Fridays, and then playing Reverse because yay, I like it a lot and it's fun. I get to walk around as Jack Baker and it's great. Um, when I'm not doing that, you can find me here every other Saturday with these awesome folkses playing in Saved by the Spell. And that's basically me for the most part outside of streaming and writing and stuff. Yeah, Wiley, take it away.
Well, you can find me at xwiley on Twitter and Twitch, where I play randomizers. Right after Roll With Me, which is where you can find Bob.
Wiley, I think you need to show more before Bob will even let you do that.
Fine, I make music and stuff that goes on YouTube, and I have a Ko-Fi account.
See, is that so hard? You must show yourself properly. Hi, I'm Shadow Dancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and Patreon at Shadow Dancer Bob. We got Dead by Daylight. Monday is likely going to be Maelstrom, since there's a Flashbang pay-per-view coming on tomorrow, and I don't want to compete against Bosco. But CG, where can people not find you?
Hello, I am the CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me on various good lads D&D streams, such as Farting Tart, of which I will be in a game tomorrow, what was already mentioned by J Frost as a big old horror one-shot. You can also find me every other Tuesday for The Curse of Strahd on the same channel. We are alternating schedules, so we do have a game this Tuesday. And lastly, for the last time, the finale of Web of Deceit, you can find me on twitch.tv/burnoutfawn.
Also known as right here.
Yes.
All right, well, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter at BurnoutVaughn, where, oh boy, seems like everything's kicking off in every game I'm in now. Chilta personality, we're going even further down and exploring into the Tomb of the Nine Gods. Things are getting very dangerous, very hectic. Ironically, I want to believe that the person who got sent to the demi-plane of Labyrinths was my warlock Enoch in that game, because he also just got randomly teleported into a labyrinth last session. Aside from that, yeah, Web of Deceit wraps up. We have to burn the cultists, which is now also becoming a recurring theme in my games. So, wow. At least I'm on brand. Finally, this coming next Saturday, you can join me and X Wiley Willie as we get into more Satire Day shenanigans with Paradise Killer. We may have solved this mystery in 4 different ways, and we just have to actually connect all of the clues we keep finding on accident. We have found, actual, story rewriting clues, all by accident. One random dead body, another admitted killer who is now a dead body. So many things. You should really check those out on our YouTube. And aside from that, now it's time for us to find somebody to raid. Any suggestions, my friends?
I do believe that. Let me double check to see if they're still up. I
think Tart
believe
was
that
gone.
our good friend Farting Tart is having a dono-thon.
True, he is doing his dono lock, his donation-based nuzlocke, so sure, let's hit him up. Give me a second to start up the raid. No, I don't have a command for Farting Tart. I need to raid Farting Tart. There we go. All right.
I see that Willie has changed the name again.
Oh, Lord, what'd you do? Oh. How long it'll take Wiley to shill properly. We are going to whittle down those notifications. What should our raid message be for our boy? Oh,
Detention.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say detention or jailbreak. Let's go with detention. So we will see you all in 2 weeks. Thanks for stopping by, and hope to see you all next time.